Well, good morning.
Good
Gosh,
morning.
we have a lot of smiling faces out there. We'll call the meeting to order of the Western Water Regular Board Meeting, June 3rd, 2026 at 9:30 a.m. Ms. Ford, may we have roll call, please?
Thank you. Good morning. Director Gardner.
I am here.
Director Torres. Here. Director Denstedt. Director Risby.
I am here. Good morning.
Good morning. President Roten.
I am also here.
Thank you, President Roten. You do have a quorum today.
Okay, great. I would like to invite Brandon Munoz, Senior Operations Technician 1, Enterprise Asset Management Operations Department, to come forward. Can you tell us a little bit about yourself before you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
And what your title really means.
Yeah, that's
Good
a
morning. My name is
good
Brandon Munoz. I'm the Senior Operations Technician over Enterprise Asset Management. My role specifically is over the warehouse at operations. So we do all the ordering for regular operations as well as some capital and minor improvement in projects at
Wow.
operations.
Okay. Oh, and how long have you worked here?
It'll be 2 years in October, so just over 18
Okay.
months.
Congratulations.
Please join me in our Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Brandon.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll move.
So
on.
Brandon, sorry, I'm giving you a little
No
bit more
worries.
on him. We had a longtime warehouse manager who retired. And so we found Brandon. He's come in the last 2 years and made some great changes. And we're in a really good spot
Great.
out there. Thank you, Brandon.
Okay, we'll move on to item 4, public comments. Do we have any public comments today?
We do not. Oh, I apologize. I do see one person in the audience, or excuse me, on Zoom requesting to speak. At this time, I'll call John Monson. Mr. Monson, you are muted. If you could unmute yourself.
It'll probably work better with the audio. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. Well, it's great to be at your board meeting today. My name is John Munson, and I am with the Sierra Club. The last few years have been punishing for the Cadiz Inc. water mining project, and I wanted to give you a bit of an update. In early April, a respected Zacks investment research firm downgraded Cadiz stock to a strong sell, the lowest rating it issues. Zacks assigns Cadiz a value score of F, a growth score of F, and a momentum score of D, and places the company in its possible zone of bankruptcy. The same month, the chairman of the Chemehuevi Indian and Fort Mojave Indian tribes published a scathing op-ed against the Cadiz water mining project, warning that it would cause, quote, irreparable harm to our people, our way of life, and our traditions. Cadiz has recently touted an invitation to apply for a $200 million low-interest loan under the Federal Water Infrastructure Finance and Innovation Act. The money has been set aside, yes, but to actually receive it, Cadiz must meet state code and be operational. It must complete its federal NEPA review, which is currently stalled, and it must have the required lease agreements in place to operate. It has none of these, so it's questionable whether Cadiz will actually get the money that it's bragging about receiving. The trend goes back to late 2025 when the Arizona Infrastructure Water Finance Authority rejected a Cadiz proposal to import California groundwater into Arizona, citing concerns about Cadiz reliability and sustainability. Cadiz had pitched that the project was shovel-ready. Arizona didn't think so. The Cadiz losing streak goes all the way back to December 2024 when the California State Lands Commission voted unanimously 3-0 to reject the company's request for a pipeline lease. Commission Chair and State Controller Malia Cohen pointed to the company's financial instability, mounting debt, and lack of transparency. Her words were blunt. Quote, we have no assurance the project will ever come to fruition. I'm not willing to gamble with the taxpayers' money, close quote. Cadiz's grand vision of serving all of Southern California has shrunk to a 60-mile stretch of Victor Valley from Barstow to Hesperia and a few other areas where it has letters of agreement or other forms of agreement, letters of intent or other forms of agreement. As you know, California Water Code 1815 was Not good news for Cadiz either. The company cannot draw from the desert aquifers of the southeastern Mojave until it successfully applies and demonstrates to the State Public Lands Commission's satisfaction that their water mining project is completely harmless. Cadiz can never show this, so it can never operate. Thanks very much for your time, and you guys have a great meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Munson. And at that point, I have no other comments.
Okay, thank you. We'll move on to item 5, the consent calendar. We have A, B, and C. Anyone have questions or want to pull anything?
Move to approve.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion, a second. I am going to abstain from A and B, as I was not here for either of those meetings. And I will call for the vote on all of it.
We will take 2 votes in that case.
Okay,
For items 5A and B, we will call for a vote. Director Gardner,
Aye.
Director Torres,
Yes.
Director Risby,
Aye.
President Roten.
abstain.
Thank you. The motion carries 3-1 with President Roten abstaining.
Yeah, 3.
Excuse me,
0 to 1, do we?
Yeah.
3 to 0, 3 to 0 to 1.
Yeah.
3 to 0 to 1.
Thank you.
And for item 5C, receive and file the March 2026 cash disbursement report. Director Gardner,
Aye.
Director Torres,
Yes.
Director Risby,
Aye.
President Roten.
Yes,
Thank you. The motion carries 4-0.
okay, thank you very much. Do we have any items to be added to the agenda, Mr. Miller?
Nothing to add today.
Okay, we'll move on to the action agenda. 7A, receive and file Western Municipal Water District's updated mission and vision statements and the 2036 aspirations. And before I give it to Mr. Miller, I want to say how understated that verbiage is for what this
Just receive and file is
means
easy.
and report and the whole thing. There's a lot behind these words, so now, Mr. Miller.
Now, Mr. Miller. Grab your coffee, get some snacks. We have a lot to talk about today. This is a very, very influential, important day for Western and for the board. These are 2 big items. Budget always is big, but, you know, the mission, vision, and aspirations, to me, is an enormous success in the past at Western, and I want to see it continue. And, you know, this process that we go through and the integration with the board on the discussions and the great workshop that we had with the board is the foundation for what we're doing for the next 10 years, and it's the foundation for the next 5 budget cycles. So I wanted to make sure that we brought this to the board prior to the budget that we'll be doing after this, because the staff sitting out here is really thinking about our budget has to be in alignment with where we're trying to go in our aspiration plan and our mission and vision. So the sequence that we have today is important. And so let's get rolling. We have quite a bit. You know, I thought we had a great workshop on this with the board. Very engaged, great discussion. So we're gonna talk about that and how that was incorporated. So give us some time to do that. By all means, it's not a workshop, but if you have questions as we go, ask. You don't have to wait till the end. Happy to answer those. So let's get rolling. I don't know how we found these 5 characters to be on the title slide, but I thought it's important because, you know, this is without the board endorsing, approving, allowing the general manager to play these games, it wouldn't happen. So really important to show the board. So where are we going with this presentation? We'll talk about the planning overview. We'll look at the past, and we did this in the workshop. I thought that conversation, I found it very enriching for the process. I thought it was good to do that for the public here at a board meeting, because at the workshop, we don't necessarily know who's paying attention. So I think it's important to make a public statement about how hard we've worked on this. we'll talk about the process, and the process is really important. Sarah's going to talk a lot more about the process, but to me, the process is almost more important than the document itself, because, you know, Sarah served as the project lead for this project. Rick and Tim had a very difficult task of taking all of this chatter, all these ideas, all this energy off of pieces of paper all around this room to create this document. And then the EMT is here. Stand, please, if you're on the EMT. So here's the engine for the activity. These are the people that were critics, were questioners, were visionaries, were suggestors, were refiners of all of this language. And so, you know, it wouldn't happen without them. And to me, this was you can sit down, sorry. No, stand through the whole presentation.
You deserve it.
Yeah, right, and face the flag. With, you know, one of the improvements that I wanted to make this time over last time was having this whole group engaged. Because the process of including everyone is so important for big differences. And we're gonna talk a lot more about the process as we go, but you think of, you know, buy-in and inclusion and, you know, how do you keep the entire organization moving in the same path? It's really hard. But if everyone's at the table or representatives of everyone, every business unit is represented in this group, that helps a lot. There's none of this, I don't know why we did that. Instead, it's here's why we did it, here's what our goal is, and if we want to change it in the future, we'll do that as long as we have good reason. But there's no more of this, I don't know, Craig just decided we're going to do that. No, that's not how this works. And that's why the process, to me, is so important. So let me turn it over, and I don't want to steal all of Sarah's thunder, but she's going to talk through the process. And we're going to share this presentation, so it might be a little bit like a tennis match for you guys in the middle. But go ahead, Sarah.
Great, thank you for that tee up, Craig. If we can go to the next slide, I just wanted to underscore what planning looks like at Western Water, knowing every organization is a little bit different. This is familiar to the board, but just as a refresher, planning at Western Water is really done through a very thoughtful approach, very intentional at driving work and meaningful results. These are not just documents that sit on a shelf, and that's been very important for staff to keep our focus and maintain alignment with the board. We heard very clearly several years ago that you don't want to see plans that sit on the shelf. You want them to be meaningful and supportive of the goals that you have as a board. And so that's exactly what we've been focused on for the last 10 years. And that starts with our mission and vision. The mission establishes why we exist, and the vision helps us understand where we're going. From that mission, we then have a set of 10-year aspirations. What things need to be true in order to get us closer to our vision? Followed from that becomes our department level or staff level priorities that drive our work for a 3-year period, supported by independent department plans, the boots on the ground work that actually get those things done, all uplifted by the budget where our investments go, our priorities flow. So that's what you see on this slide, and that's what's carried Western well for the last decade. And so we're not looking to change that framework today, simply that time to update and evolve our framework moving forward. So I'm gonna go ahead and turn it back to Craig. He's gonna share why this matters and the results that it's delivered for us over the last 10 years.
All right, next slide, please. So why this matters, obviously clear priorities at the top. If we don't know what direction we're going, we'll never get anywhere. So this is fundamentally why you do this. We all get that. Consistent decision-making and resource management. And this is where it starts flowing through the whole organization. When we look at capital improvement program that has to serve us well for 5 years, And, you know, we're looking at long-term water supply development. We know we're in this for 50 years. So if you're not building the right projects at the right time and really thinking this through, we don't make the right decisions. And then less competing direction across teams. That's super valuable in an organization. You know, if you have people arguing internally about, I don't know why we're doing that, we should do this, and I'm not fully committed until we do what I want to do instead of what they, so we want to eliminate that. We want, you know, we don't always get perfect buy-in, but we get great understanding. And if you have understanding, that's the key. We know why it's there, we had a voice, we participated, and we get it. So super, super important to everything we're doing. The other thing why this matters is we can get very myopic in our daily challenges running an agency, whether you're in operations or whether you're in finance, you know, whether it's, you know, billing customers or collecting checks or fixing a leak somewhere, we get buried in daily activities. And so this process pulls us out of that. It forces us into visionary thinking and get away from today, tomorrow, and next week and next month and think about overarching goals so that we can make sure that our daily activities are well aligned with where we're trying to get in the future. Let's go to the next slide.
Before you start the next page, Sarah, can I ask you something? I started to jot it down and I only got half the thought. You said something that rhymed. Where our investments go, something flow.
I had mentioned, so our priorities flow, and
Our
so by having
priorities,
these
okay.
planning documents, we can make sure our investments in through our 2-year budget are matching and supporting our priorities.
Perfect, thank you.
All right, next slide. Well, where have we been? It's always good to look back and, you know, we've been served very well by the 2025 aspiration document. You know, to give you a little bit of history, you know, this was John Rossi. This was, well, I was here, but, you know, John was the general manager. It was prior to me being the general manager. And John and I used to have this regular conversation in his office about, well, wouldn't it be great if 5 years from now we didn't have to worry about X, you know, whatever it was. Wouldn't it be great if someday we didn't have to worry about a met shortage? Wouldn't it be great if we didn't have to worry about our reserve levels? And, you know, as we started, you know, I don't want to say the deputy general manager got tired of that question, but we're like, wait, why don't we actually address that? Why don't we start putting together a list of things that in 10 years we would go, oh, we're really proud that we changed that conversation. And so that's basically where we started. It's like, let's come up with a list of things that we would be really proud of in 2025. And so that's where it came from. It was a very straightforward document. It was really a 3-person show putting it together. It was John and myself and an admin who was actually putting the document together. And, you know, Susie came up with a lot of the phrasing and everything, but it wasn't the same level of effort that we have now. And I recognized as we worked through this that we were served really well with this. It was the first time that I'm aware of that we took something to the board to say, hey, board, here's how we're thinking about 10 years. What do you think? And luckily for us, the board said, we like that, and we think it's a great direction, and we support that. A couple of modifications as we talked to the board about it. But the other thing that we wanted to do was have a very simple document. We didn't want a 150-page strategic plan on the shelf. We wanted 6 or 8 pages so that everyone in the organization could open that thing up and it's like, well, what are your priorities for water resources development? Boom, here they are, 1 page. It's really easy. And that served us very well. It was an initial effort, kind of a foray into strategic planning 10 years ago, and it worked really well. And we're like, oh, we don't really need to change that. We need to improve on it. We don't need to start over. And so this group, the first task was, you know, a little bit to my chagrin, but to tear this thing apart And let's really bore in and go, what did we get right and what did we not hit? And Jen Coyle is on. Sorry, Jen, you don't have to speak. Jen Coyle from North Star Consulting led us and facilitated this discussion. And she kept telling this group, it's like, I'm really shocked at, how helpful the 2025 aspiration plan was and how thoughtful it was on what real issues were. And I'm like, I know, we really got lucky. And, she would say, no, probably not so much luck. But we want to build on that. And we want to be architects of the next 10 years. And we want to be very real about it and realistic about it. So we're not putting, pie in the sky things in there. We're putting what is achievable, what we think is achievable. And so we're really happy with what John started and how that went. And we're really happy to put some inspiration into improving it. Next slide. All right, so what did that lead to? So here's a whole bunch of things. I'll just highlight a couple. Invested in critical infrastructure. So that plan led to what we call the enterprise concept. This is where we took these past investments that were made by our predecessors in the Chino desalter and the Arlington desalter and the Mills gravity line. And we thought, oh my gosh, how do we tie all of that together to create emergency water supply for all of our customers, leverage those investments in Chino Basin and the Riverside Basin to a higher level. And that's where the enterprise concept, let's tie them all together, the pipeline, a pump station, integrate it with the Mills gravity line. We can now move a drop of water from Chino Basin all the way to Lake Elsinore if we need to in an emergency. Fundamentally, the biggest benefit is our retail customers up on the hill got an emergency supply of water in case Metropolitan has a major failure. Then we also created a financing mechanism where our retail customers weren't fully funding that on just their backs. We were able to spread the cost to everyone else that was going to use it. And that's where we see our partner agencies that are buying water through this system helping to fund that so it's not on the backs of just our retail customers. Huge benefit that came out of that plan. Enhanced supply investments, diversification and looking for more agreements, looking for ways to diversify our portfolio. And then one thing we probably didn't really envision, but the partnerships, strengthening partnerships, and what we needed to dedicate ourselves to for our retail agencies and what we're doing up at Metropolitan regionally and what we're doing on a state level. As things evolved over the last 10 years, we recognized that we really needed to up our game there. And so, there's a lot of other things that can't make it onto a slide, but that 2025 aspiration plan really allowed us to do all this. And this all fit within that plan. Next slide. Let me turn it back to Sarah.
Thanks, Craig. So as we look back, it was also important to assess what we know to be true today. And so what you see on the screen is a quick snapshot of a few of those things, what we've learned over the past several years. And when I say what have we learned, I'm really talking about what we've learned from our customers, from our wholesale member agencies, our community partners, and our employees. We know this from annual customer satisfaction surveys, from real-time feedback through after-action and after-contact surveys, from in-person conversations to focus groups and feedback from events like our annual member agencies roundtable. All compiles into what we know today. And we know that Western Water's foundation is very strong. Satisfaction and trust has been boosted, and that this is largely thanks to the teams before us and the growth in our teams today. Over time, though, we have seen expectations increase. Expectations from our customers, expectations from staff. We've seen our role evolve, and we've also seen the organization grow in capability. And so as our plan sunsetted, we wanted to take that into account into the framework that's been recommended. I think a key point to highlight also is that we know and we've seen that our team has evolved with those expectations, and that we do have stronger relationships, and we have a team ready for this next phase with Western Water. So that's in a nutshell what this graphic that you see captures and what's been reflected through the updates that you're going to hear about today and have heard through the board workshop. So I'm going to pass it back to Craig to share a little bit of context about what's changed in our environment.
All right, next slide, please. So this group did a SWOT analysis, strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats of, we kind of started as doing it for the 2025 aspiration plan, but then it really just turned into the challenges we see as managing water and sewer. You know, what do we see as a water service and sewer service provider? What has changed? And so this came out of the SWOT, and this is a subset, obviously. We had a lot on the screens. And let me just highlight a couple that just have really made things complicated. If you look right in the middle, increasing regulatory complexity. So put PFAS there instead of regulatory complexity. Look at what we're going through, and the whole industry is going through on PFAS. You know, on the federal side, we have changing requirements. You know, just last week, we got, you know, EPA's changing some of the PFAS guidelines and retracting some of them and extending compliance dates. It's just constantly changing. How do we navigate that? Go right below that, climate change. Nobody anticipated 5% allocations on the State Water Project when we did the 2025 aspiration plan. No one had ever seen a 5% allocation. That had never happened before. We saw it 2 years in a row. Let's look at further down, the fastest growing region. We continue to see the data. I think we presented that as part of the urban water management plan to the board at committee this week. We continue to grow. It's not a bad thing. It's how do we prepare for it? And then I kind of highlight the top one, complex interconnected decisions. And, you know, this is a little bit controversial, but at a very, very high level, how are decisions about water service being made in the state and regionally and locally? We're in this environment where we can't lean on historic, big picture water supply development decisions made on our behalf that benefit us. We found that we better get engaged. We better be part of that because it's not happening without us. And, you know, we always counted on, you know, the Bureau of Reclamation to do that. They can't seem to come to a collaborative decision on the Colorado River. We thought DWR would do that with the water plan. You've heard that story a lot. We're getting engaged in that. You know, we need water supply development. Metropolitan has struggled with what's the most important projects to build. Well, we're having trouble with that, so we're not building a whole lot of anything. So we're getting engaged on that because we have to help them move. But that's a huge change, and we have to figure out how to navigate that.
I had a quick question
Sure.
on that slide. So this reminds me of, I think they call them word bubbles?
Well, word
or
cloud,
Yeah,
yeah.
word clouds. Is there any significance in the boxes that are slightly narrower?
It's the
or
same,
is it just
no.
artistic?
No, it's word cloudish.
Oh,
So
it is?
This came out
Okay.
stronger in our SWOT. It got said more, or it was, so it basically is a word cloud.
Okay, so the bigger print boxes were said more often.
It got said more, maybe someone was yelling when they said it. I'm not sure
Okay,
which it was.
Okay, all right, thanks.
All right, let's go to the next slide. So we also looked at and talked about the stage of our organization. You know, where are we? What are we ready to do? And, you know, as we stand back and look at the progression of Western, and, you know, we have the ability to be the Monday morning quarterbacks, right? And look at what's happened over the last 20 years or 30 years and say, well, where are we? And this is a really, to me, this is a really interesting general manager kind of organizational chart. This is kind of something you get out of the leadership organizational development books. But it's like, what stage is our organization? Early stage, you're building a foundation, you're figuring out what to do and how to do it. Then the growth stage, you're kind of expanding what you're able to do. And I look at our history, and I don't want to give a lot of examples here because we got a lot to talk about, but we've emerged from that foundational stage. Well, how do we serve water to customers? How do we treat wastewater? We're there. Our operations are rock solid. We're really knocking it out of the park on the foundational elements of providing service. And then the growth stage is, how are we expanding our capability? We're there. We're thinking about growth. We're thinking about, what are we going to do with RCRA? We need to add recycled water programs to RCRA. We're already doing all that. What do we do from Worth? What do we do with expanding our system? What do we do with helping our retail agencies? We've been doing that for some time. We've evolved into what I consider the leadership stage. And this is where we are. This is where we don't have to worry about, do we have good programs in place? Do we have to get staff on board to push the button to turn the pumps on? We're beyond that. We have that nailed. Now we're into, what can we do as industry leaders? And how can we be more influential to help our future and to help our region? And so, I'm really happy that we're in this position where we have the luxury of showing a little more vision and a little more leadership as an organization. Next slide. So we're gonna kind of go through the framework now. Next slide. You already saw them all stand up. The development team, the board members are all on here because they're an important part of the development team. I guess we put asterisks. Yeah, in case you didn't know you were a board member when we showed this. But it is a really important part of the development team. And you didn't get invited to the workshops, and there's Jen leading the workshop, building our portfolio of white Post-it notes. But we did this for days. You entered the door, you didn't leave. We brought you food, no bathroom breaks, nothing. Keep drinking, keep eating. Yeah. You're chained to your chair. We did this for days, and it was great. And we had amazing participation. And it takes that to really come up with a good plan. And we really were looking forward to the board workshop to present it and test the alignment. How well is our team understanding where our board wants to go and the vision of our board? And then can we also help the board develop a vision with what we think is possible as a staff? So that's that real close integration that we're fortunate to have at Western that a lot of other agencies don't have with their board of directors. Next slide. Let's let Sarah talk about the process and the timeline.
So you've heard already from Craig, this process was really designed to be a little bit more in-depth and inclusive of the full organization, and that it wasn't a one-time exercise, but multi-phase, multi-workshop. So just to remind you of what that looked like a little bit more clearly, we started first with direction setting with our executive committee. So we checked in with the executive committee, briefed them on the sunset of our plans, and confirmed the need for a new set of plans and the approach that staff was going to be pursuing. From there, we had the facilitated staff workshops that Craig referenced, where a lot of work was done to really roll up the sleeves and be in a place where we were ready to bring the board into those discussions. And so that looked like after action reviews that you've heard a little bit already today. There was SWOT analysis at the strengths, weaknesses, and opportunities and threats, both within the industry and within the organization. And we identified some key themes through that process, including recognition of our expanding regional and wholesale leadership role, grounded in expectations from our wholesale partners and our community partners. We also heard through those workshops focus on balancing service with costs innovation and risk. That was something top of mind through these analysis. Workforce sustainability and succession was top of mind and a key focus for the future, along with retaining our financial strength that's tied clearly to customer value. And lastly, embracing our organizational culture and employees as a core strength. We're really fortunate to have a strong board and a strong team making these accomplishments possible for our customers. From there was critical discussion surrounded around that to bring drafts to the board, and we achieved that board alignment workshop, where you'll hear me talk a little bit more about the workshop and the takeaways that we heard shortly. From those after the board workshop, there was continued staff refinement, and then we're here today, as you see in that purple box. So those are a high snapshot of some of the steps that was taken throughout this process. Next slide. So I mentioned the board workshop. I wanted to make sure we presented what that workshop was for the public and anyone else joining us today. So on April 1st, we did host a public board workshop, really, again, serving as that checkpoint. Is staff aligned with the board in terms of where we're going? It was also the opportunity for the board to offer us input on what was presented. During that workshop, the agenda was structured to provide a more in-depth historical context of where we've been and where we are now. We also were able to summarize some key accomplishments that our planning processes have produced, and staff presented some insights into how the community, customer expectations, and the broader water industry have evolved. That workshop then included a facilitated discussion where you as our board reviewed the draft mission and vision statements side by side with the current and proposed options. We checked in if those were in alignment and had discussion around opportunities there, and then walked you through the aspirations that are going to be necessary to deliver on our vision. And so that was what was discussed during the workshop, but I want to take you through the next slide in terms of what we heard. So during that workshop, a big takeaway was that the workshop sustained a strategic focus, and that the feedback that we heard was really on clarity of intent and consistency with the framework. There was some key themes that were surfaced that did result in further refinement of this final product today. Overall, the feedback resulted around several key themes. First, alignment. This was something, as a staff member, I'm pretty amazed to see how aligned the board is with staff. And many of the discussions that you had on the dais were the same ones we were having as a staff level. That's not always achieved in organizations, and it's really exciting to be at a workplace that has that. And so that was very clear. There was notable consistency between the feedback that we heard and the issues that were surfacing at that more ground level. We also heard that you wanted to see clarity and consistency across the entire framework, really wanting to make sure that the structure was simple, had a level of detail that customers and other staff could understand, and that there wanted to be clear, accessible language across all components. So that's something that we kept in mind. A third theme was strong commitment to employees. This was something that created passionate discussion during the board workshop in terms of recognizing that our employees are central to the long-term success of this organization, and interest to more explicitly include professional development as a priority focus. There was also interest in seeing greater wholesale representation, so clear direction to more visibly incorporate a focused commitment to Western Water's wholesale customer base. And that recognition is really claiming that regional role we have to be supporting those member agencies. And then lastly, an affirmation of the strategic direction. So that's something that we were able to check in with at the end of the workshop, was that there was confidence expressed in this process and what was being delivered in terms of staff recommendations, with adjustments, of course. And so following that board workshop, staff did work hard to recommend the feedback to the extent possible. And so we're going to walk you through the final proposals today. So I'll turn it over to Craig, who's going to outline our updated mission and vision.
Next slide. Thank you, Sarah. So when we did the 2025 aspiration 10 years ago, we didn't touch the mission or the vision. And when we got together this time, that the mission and vision was presented, and we're like, it doesn't really match what I think the board is expecting out of us, and it doesn't really match what staff thinks that we're expecting this agency to do. So we took on modifying it, and it's always hard, you know, to look at mission and vision. People get, I think, kind of antsy because it's such an out front statement. We put it all over the place. But I thought it was really important that we modify it. And there were some goals that came out of the group initially. And it was, we wanted to be plain language. We want everyone to understand it. And we looked at like our old vision statement, and it talked about like, you know, business practices and things. It's like, I don't know that the public would understand what we're talking about. And that's not right. So we really wanted to be in plain language that we can stand behind, everyone can understand it, and it's memorable. We can actually tell people what our mission and vision statements are. So the mission statement, it's why we exist and who do we serve. So we exist to provide service all day, every day. We ensure safe, sustainable, reliable water service to our community. That's pretty straightforward. That's very understandable. I think from the members of the EMT in operations, to them, this was foundational. They're very proud of the fact that, oh, we're here no matter what. I don't care how hot it is, how rainy it is, whether it's Sunday at 2 a.m. and we have a leak, you know, we're there and you can count on us and we're going to attack it. And I think that there's a lot of pride behind that all day, every day, no matter what, we're providing service to our customers. And so I think that statement is very indicative of the thought process that's happening with all of the staff. If we look at vision, this is, you know, where do we want to go someday? Where are we going? How do we create the future that we want? And, you know, I was really proud of the staff because, you know, abundant water future came out immediately out of the group. You know, because of Solve the Water Crisis and what we've been working on for 4 years statewide is to push back this scarcity mindset that we're going to fight over drops of water instead of developing an abundant water supply. And, you know, that's hit home with our staff. It's like, yeah, what are we doing? Why can't we have a vision that there's enough water for all uses? We have to drive for that locally as much as we are statewide. So an abundant water future. And it's not just managing our system today, it's managing for our whole region. It's not just abundant for Western. This is abundant for all of us. And I take it, as you know, I take it up a notch. It needs to be abundant for the Met family. And it needs to be abundant for the state, for all uses. So, you know, to me, the vision really hits home. And you're only going to do this with leadership. And you're going to drive collaboration. And you're going to drive solutions. And, you know, the staff actually added bold solutions. And that's a major statement in our vision statement is, you know, we're just not playing along. You know, if we see something that needs to happen, we're going to take a leadership role and try and change. And to me, that's where this vision really goes. And then we really wanted to get to our customers. You know, we have such a hard time getting our customers engaged in water unless there's a problem. We want our customers to value the service. We want them to value water as a resource. How do we do that? And we want the customers to understand that without water, they're in trouble. And it takes water supply for them to thrive and our communities to thrive. And communities here is define it how you want. It was purposeful to say communities, because the community could be our neighborhood. The community could be Riverside. It could be Western. It can be metropolitan. It could be the water industry. The community is very purposeful, and that it's not limited to just our customers. All right, next slide. So we've knocked off the vision, the mission, the vision, and now what do we do for 10 years? So, this is, how we try and achieve 10 years worth of work that aligns with our mission and our vision. And it's not, these crazy, we need abundance. This is where we get into, how do we get abundance? Where do we push for abundance? And it can be a 1-year activity, it can be a 10-year activity. This is where we start defining it, and this is how we pave the way for shorter-term actions that appear in our 3-year strategic plan, our 2-year budget, and our annual performance priorities. Next slide. The other thing that came out of the group was this concept of excellence and this commitment to excellence. And so we're like, this needs to be added to our beliefs in the aspiration plan, because it kept coming out in all these different minute elements of developing the aspirations is, no, we want to do this excellently. We want to be the best at it. And so as we thought it through, you're going to see this, that we have a higher standard. And it's not just, we're going to do the bare minimum. It's like, no, we're going to be great at it. And the staff, they're driving that, not me. Next slide. Excuse me. So we developed 6 foundational elements of the aspiration plan, which is 2 more than we had before. So as we looked at the old one, we're like, nope, there's a couple others that we want to incorporate. And so we decided that, well, we need to drive for excellence in all these, for customer experience, excellence in financial stewardship, excellence in our team. What do we mean, the team? It's who we are. It's who we hire. It's who we retain. It's who we attract. It's who we motivate. Our service delivery. This is ops. This is how things get done. And it's not just ops. It's how do we bill? How do we communicate? How do we collaborate? Industry leader. We certainly didn't envision in 2025 that we would be leading legislation. So we're adding that. And then resource management has always been a foundation, and we've made great strides in resource management, and it'll never change. It'll always be in the aspiration plan. So with that, let's go to the next slide. So I'm going to turn it over to Sarah, and she's going to roll through each of these 6. Stop us and give us input as you want. She's going to kind of a little more higher level, just kind of pour through these. But this is the meat of the aspiration plan. So as you hear it, you read it, you have questions, stop us. This is also where we've made changes based on the workshop that we had with the board. So Sarah, why don't you kick off customer experience?
Great, thank you, Craig. So as I run through each of these aspirations with you, I'm not going to be reading the slide, since you can do that. But instead, I really want to focus more on the intention of the aspiration and highlight some of the updates that were incorporated. So as we look at customer experience, we moved into refining this after the board workshop. We really spent time ensuring this aspiration reflected more than a transaction or a single interaction with our variety of customer types. A key piece of feedback we incorporated was broadening how we think about customers. Craig already alluded to that in the use of the word community. But we really wanted to make sure here that both our retail and our wholesale customer partnerships were recognized, that it's through those strong relationships, proactive communication, and collaboration that we can continue meeting our mission and striving towards our vision. We also recognize with this one that it's important to continue not just focusing on communicating outward, but It has to be more of a two-way street with a focus on hearing what our customers and our community cares about and using that information to drive decisions here at the district. And so this definition was updated to emphasize the outcomes we're trying to create through confidence, trust, engagement. Customers, again, understanding the value of water. So you'll see that highlighted here through the aspiration of customer experience. I'm going to move on to the next slide, which focuses on the aspiration of fiscal stewardship. Now, this aspiration was where there was a robust discussion during the board workshop about the importance of having greater clarity and plain language so that it could be understood by a variety of audiences. So we focused on making sure this aspiration maintained financial strength. That was a key priority, so we have the capacity to make those strategic investments that support those longer-term benefits for our customers. We do that now, and we need to continue that, and so that's reflected in the definition. We also simplified this definition to make it a little bit more plain language, and again, focused on the outcomes, which are strong financial health, stable rates, transparency, and maintaining our customers' trust through our finances. We then refined the elements that you see to better reflect the balance required for this long-term success. So you'll see disciplined financial planning, thoughtful investment in infrastructure and programs, responsible reserves, and proactive management of future risks. Ultimately, this aspiration preserves our strong financial stewardship already in place and makes it clear where we're going in terms of investing wisely, responding to challenges, and continuing to deliver value for our community. I'll move us to our next aspiration, so next slide, where we focused on industry leadership. This is an aspiration where we heard through the board workshop and made some refinements to make sure leadership was with purpose, not visibility for visibility's sake. We wanted to show that we're leveraging Western's expertise, our credibility, to make impact for our customers and the broader region that we were formed to serve. It focuses on being a trusted collaborative partner that's helping to shape conversations. That was very intentional. We wanted to be set apart from some of our partners that might take a different approach. And we heard that desire come expressly from our board. We also wanted to make sure in leadership we're advancing solutions and bringing together partners in that endeavor. And so you see that reflected here through both the definition and the elements that reinforce what must be true. Deep technical expertise, strong networks, integrity, strategic vision, credibility, and consistent external engagement. So that's our industry leadership aspiration. As we move to the next slide and focus on our team, again, this aspiration generated a lot of energy, a lot of passion from the board, and truly alignment. But there was real strong recognition that none of these other aspirations would happen without our people. That's something that was very clear in the board workshop. And so this was updated to make sure that that was top of mind, that it's our team members who are delivering the service. And because of that discussion, we strengthened the aspiration to reflect not just having the talent, but intentionally building a future-ready workplace. A clear call out for professional development. That was something that the board was very clear that investment needed to continue and maybe even level up. So you'll see that here. We also updated the elements to reinforce the importance of protecting and growing Western's culture. So that's called out on the slide through our care culture, which is putting customers first, demonstrating accountability, being results driven, and having engaged and empowered employees that are able to take ownership and make an impact. And so those are refinements made to our team aspiration. As I continue on the next slide, we focused on resource management, where this really reflects the core responsibility Western has to ensure our communities have reliable, sustainable resources, not just for today, but for generations to come. That's very evident in our vision statement, our role in terms of the future. And so during the board workshop, discussions reinforced the importance of long-term thinking and preparing for that uncertain future. All of that word cloud you saw Craig highlight was something you were very focused on and making sure Western is ready for those things. Which is why this aspiration recognizes that resource management is bigger than supply alone. We needed to emphasize reliability, regional partnerships, environmental responsibility, and emergency preparedness, all reflected here in this aspiration. I'm going to move on to our sixth and final aspiration. So lastly, but certainly not least, service delivery. This aspiration was clarified to really connect back to the mission, which is all day, every day. We're here whether you know it or not. It recognizes that reliable, high-quality service does not happen by accident, but it requires discipline, expertise, and strong internal systems, and a commitment to continuous improvement. And this is really something we hear from the board regularly, that commitment to excellence and internal improvement, all reflected in this aspiration here. Really the foundation to deliver at a higher level, maintaining that technical expertise, prioritizing safety, ensuring system and asset reliability, and improving how we work and how we embrace innovation, all reflected here in this pillar. So together, these 6 aspirations define what excellence looks like for Western Water, what must be true over the next decade in order to move us closer to that vision, and are the 6 areas of focus for Western Water. It gives us a clear framework of where we need to go, where we need to focus, and where we need to invest. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and turn it back to Craig, who's going to start discussing next steps.
Thank you, Sarah.
Before we do, Craig, if I could, just real quickly. Looking back at the excellence in slide, it's page 105. There we go. The industry leadership, do we want to think about a leadership, mentioning and defining a leadership role with regulators and legislation? Or the legislatures, state and federal?
Expanding the definition.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
seems to me that that is a piece of the industry leadership. It's something that we have been doing and we continue to do, and I believe we aspire to continue to do it and do it better.
I agree.
So just
So
a
if you
If
thought.
I may,
If we-
if we can, Craig, did you,
No,
okay.
go ahead, Sarah.
If we can go to
That slide.
the slide of industry leadership.
Yeah,
There you go.
Director, I want to ask a question just for clarity and making sure we do have alignment. When we look at that definition, a go-to respected leader in the water industry, shaping conversation, advancing direction, and galvanizing partners to solve the region's most complex challenges. When I hear your comment about regulators and legislators, absolutely. To me, this definition allows us the flexibility and scope to do that. Where we would want to, in my mind, work with you on that specific objective is when we get into like a specific project, for example. I consider a project like SB 72. We will be mining for those opportunities where we survey the regulatory landscape and see a clear impact and something that we need to take lead on. We now have this aspiration that gives us that kind of green light to go for it.
yeah, I don't think I would suggest any changes to the language on the industry leadership
Got it.
slide. I think that's good. I would suggest that we consider, back on the excellence in slide, under industry leadership, how we engage with the industry regulators and the
Just
legislature.
adding a couple words to that. I got that.
I-
Okay.
I don't know how the rest of the board feels about that, but I think that's a role where we are a true leader and we aspire to become even more effective at it.
Yeah. Well,
I like that, Mike, and that begs a question for me. When we do our trifold or whatever it's gonna be that has our aspirations in it, is what is reflected on this excellence in page, is that in bullet points, or will it be more the actual definition that we have on the PowerPoint slide?
It would be the definition that you see under each aspiration. So this slide you're looking at is really designed to help you think of the nuance between the aspirations that were recommended. Exactly.
We hear you, though.
Okay.
We'll figure out how to incorporate that. I also think, if we're, go back to the slide we were on, please. Where we go from here. No, yeah, there you go, next steps. So I think you're also a little bit ahead of us on item 2 on next steps, because I also think that will appear in a 3-year strategic priorities also. So we'll look at how to note
Yeah.
that in this effort, but also I think there may be some priorities that the board would like us to focus on in the near term that would include both of those things. So, okay, we need to figure out. We're trying to be broader, and that's Sarah's point about industry leader. It's almost like the board approves a legislative platform, and it's very broad. And then as long as we support bills that align with that platform, I have the authority to go and do that. So this is a little bit, we're trying to be very broad, and then we'll get more and more specific. But I don't disagree with you at all. We just didn't say that.
Just figured where and how to say it.
Yeah, no, it's great.
We don't need a lot of words, but I do think it's important that we call attention to
No.
it, especially
I
to our customers, which include the regulators and the legislature.
I think it's good. We spend a lot of time doing that on behalf of our customers, and they don't know it.
Yep.
A lot of them don't know it. They're always surprised when we do
Yeah.
You did well.
community presentations. They're like, "Why don't you fight for us?" I'm like, we are.
Yeah,
We are.
yeah, good point.
Thank you. Good comment, thank you. So, are there, we're kind of wrapping up here now. Are there, before I wrap up any further, are there other comments that we want to talk about before we not that we're closing the book, because we haven't published it yet. And you can see item number 3 is that we really haven't decided if it's a trifold or what it's going to be yet. So that is going to
Yeah,
still come.
I was just
Yeah.
throwing it as an example.
Yeah. Okay,
So, are you ready?
I'm ready.
Okay. So, I want to go back to, well, I guess there's a couple of things I want to call attention to. Here's the very interesting part for me, because I was part of the last one. And I'm the only one on the board that kind of has gone through this process a couple of times at this point with mission, vision, all of the statements, changing our logos now a couple of times, and what our external face is. And this has just been a very interesting process as the journey has continued and the evolution has taken place. And I can think back now over several instances where strategically, where priorities shifted a little bit, where we had influences and tweaks. To be more specific, and the one that jumped right out in front for me was, quite honestly, I'm gonna talk about my colleague down here at the end of the dais. When Director Torres came on the board, she really had a vision to be able to have a different communication platform and incorporate much more social media than we ever had before. And now it's created its own life. And it was a very different focus and a very different direction for us. Some of us that did not understand that or didn't want to and went kicking and screaming through this. But it launched us in a very different direction of how we engaged and how our staff saw how we communicate and outreach to the public, that we wanted everyone to be a part of that communication, and it wasn't just a central focus, and it wasn't just coming from a singular point. And so that, to me, was huge. The other thing that I want to look at, and it's, if we could go to the slide under the organizational growth stages, I have it under the page 96, I think it was. There. So I look at this, Craig, where you say we're here, but I don't know that growth has ever stopped, or will it ever. And I don't think we ever envision it to stop. And I really think that we need to capture that somewhere in here, that our strategy and our positioning in all of this is continue to evolve in our growth, in how we reach, what we learn, what feedback we take, and that's a process that'll never stop. So I see this more as a circle
A loop?
and a loop going
Don't
as
have a
we,
last arrow.
yeah, as we just, keep moving. Yeah, right? So, but we just keep circling back because we learn a new challenge and we figure out how to tackle it. Something else comes forward and we do that.
Well, think about that, because that, we're not, we didn't want to make it look like we're chasing our tail. So
No.
it's, but I totally get what you're saying. So
Right.
we'll think of a good graphic to explain that. Yeah,
Right, right. So figure out the visual on how you want to do that, because I think that's really what we're about, is what the process is we're here to, okay, maybe we need to pivot because this didn't actually go in the direction that we wanted it to, so we're going to change it up and we're going to go in a direction that's going to evolve better for us. The other thing
To
too.
infinity and beyond.
There it is, to
Oh,
infinity
yes.
and beyond. Okay, so I'm so glad that you said that, because that's exactly what was coming into my head. And when I looked at the staff report, I really love the last paragraph that is in our staff report that says, together this framework provides strategic clarity, delivers shared priorities for the organization, and ensures Western Water is positioned to deliver trusted, resilient, and forward-looking service to its community through 2036 and beyond. I think that needs to be put in writing in our document as our end. We are not stopping here, because we will continue to sit and think about, where do we need to go continually, right? What is our target? It's never going to stop at this year. It's going to be a document that's just going to continue to evolve, and we may redraw it or we may repackage it every 10 years, but we're certainly not stuck in that 10-year period. So I just think that that is something that needs to be put in here. I think this is a well thought out little comment and statement, and I think it needs to be placed in this. And then the other thing I want to make sure, and this kind of goes back to the whole Met Camp for Water thing, are we doing a plan, right? No. Don't get scared. Don't get scared. Are we doing this plan to just then put it on a shelf? If we're going to live this, breathe this, exist this, be it, I want to see it. I want to see it placed somewhere in here, somewhere in the building, somewhere on the front door, somewhere in our lobby, wherever. But this isn't a document that we just want to put on a shelf, in a folder, in a handout. We're going to live it, breathe it, exist it, and see it every single day that we walk into the building and throughout our facilities, right? Whatever that is, but I think that's our commitment, that's our vision, that's our drive, to say we're not just putting this in a document and fluffing it, we're doing it. So that's
good. Thank
my
you.
comment.
Appreciate that. Appreciate that.
Anyone
I
else?
think that our last aspiration plan gave us a lot of opportunity to grow and change. We don't want that to be different here. We think that this is giving us lots of opportunities to adapt to things that happen or improvements that we see or the board sees. So that's all part of the plan. So I really appreciate your comments.
Absolutely. Visibility is ownership. So let's own it.
I also like what you're saying about the concept about this organizational growth, because you don't just build your foundation and you're done building it. You're always building upon it. And so then your growth stage gets built upon that foundation and it expands and changes. And then your leadership stage builds upon that stage. So it's almost like it keeps going to infinity and beyond.
There we go. There it is. We're gonna keep saying that. Here it is.
Yeah, so I appreciate you bringing that up. So, does that complete your comments?
Yes, that, I'm done.
Yes.
Director Torres, you had a comment?
I just wanted to, I wanted just to piggyback off of what Director Denstead said first. She talked about seeing it consistently, and I think, I like that, and I think that's a good idea. I mean, I think it's in the right direction. But I do want to commend, at least in the time that I've been here, I've always caught where we say this aligns with strategic goals, you know, so and so. And so I'm confident that that's gonna, I mean, this is going to really drive where things are moving with Western, and it's an exciting document. I also want to, this is more of a fluff than anything. I want to say that focusing on the team and making that a core aspiration is a huge deal especially for an agency that's kind of already doing it right. You know, we're a top workplace national, I don't remember the title, but we're a top workplace.
Of the world.
Right? We're, already, we have, yeah.
Right, there it is. Infinity and beyond. It's gonna live today.
We have a team that is consistently involved and included. I think that was the part about the team portion that really stuck out to me. Sorry. It's in here, I promise. Thank you. I think the one that, the care culture at the bottom where it says empowered.
One back.
Yeah, the E, empowered, I mean, yeah, like I said, we are already doing it so well, so for you guys to have the foresight to say that needs to be included, so it doesn't go away, which leads me to my next, it's very rare that we have leadership that creates policy documents, plans, that can go past them, and that's what I see in this. It's regardless of Craig or Sarah, the EMT being here, this is really setting up Western in a place that whoever the next team is can't ignore and can't shelf and can't, you know, I think it's just done a very good job at setting the stage for whoever comes along. And so just big kudos in those things.
Excellent.
Director, and it's interesting, and it kind of goes back to some of Sarah's comments and my comments about alignment with the board. And she was talking about how the conversation that happened in the workshop was the same conversation that happened in this room beforehand. And your conversation was a conversation that happened driven by this group out here, that we don't want this to be personalized to us. We want this to be the tradition and how we think at Western, not how these 10 or 15 think at Western. And so that is, and I have to admit that there's something in there where when we put an acronym in there about CARE, is we want to try and solidify that into our future vision. And I'm trying to make it so that a future general manager or a future board of directors doesn't say, we don't care anymore, so we're gonna take that out.
Right.
We always care,
Yeah.
but we do want it to live.
Yeah, that's awesome. Director Rossi?
I just have a comment that I'm really happy of the discussion we had in our board, the incorporation of our messages, what we discussed is just very, it's excellent. And I really appreciate the staff understanding our viewpoint and incorporating it, so, yeah.
And Director Gardner, did you have anything else you wanted to add?
Hold on,
Okay.
at least for the moment.
Just a couple short comments from me. I think one of the topics that we did discuss at the workshop was the emphasis on, I don't know if emphasis is the right word, but making sure that we emphasize the relationship with our wholesale customers. And, for me, that's more, I guess, a little higher of a point,
yes.
because that's what I have in my district, obviously, in my division, obviously knowing that we serve our whole area and retail and wholesale. But I appreciated that that was expanded a little bit in the verbiage. And then Craig, thank you for your definition of community. Because when I read through the PowerPoint and I saw that community, again, this kind of goes back to the retail wholesale, you know, just within our boundaries. I appreciate how you expanded on that and purposely made it general so that it can apply to, you know,
Any
to
level.
infinity and
Yeah,
beyond.
there it is.
There's a
Infinity and
couple,
beyond.
there's a couple of different words in this that are the same. Like, we talk about affordability. Well, that's a very complicated word, and it is, what are you talking about? Who are you talking about it? Is it, you know, a certain address in our service area can't afford water? Or is it Western can't afford? Or is it our population can't afford what's gonna happen?
Right.
And it's a little bit the same as community, and so we were thoughtful in that we want to be very broad about that. We don't want to lock ourselves in to one meaning.
Okay, so any last comments, questions?
Okay, that's great,
Are-
great,
are-
great. No,
are you
let me tell you
finished?
more where we're
Oh, you're
going.
not quite done.
Oh, we're not quite
Okay.
done. I just thought that
Sorry,
was a
your
really
time's
good
up.
time.
It's going to tell us
Okay.
where to go.
We're gonna tell you where to go.
Okay.
So
Is that next to, oh, okay.
assuming that we keep moving forward with this, I'm guessing we might. Staff will then work on the 3-year plans. So we haven't done that yet. We've already started that discussion with the EMT and with the WMT, and those are both brewing right now. And so we need to get back with the WMT, and that's the kind of the manager supervisor level, get their input, and then bring it back to this group, and then we'll collaborate to come up with 3-year strategic priorities, and we'll be bringing that to the board for their information also. So a lot more to come. And then we have to publish a document, so we see what it says, and director will think about, you know, I do love that statement, how does that get plastered in the document and where? So we'll put some thought to that. So that's how we finish this up. We're hoping to get, obviously, a receive and file out of the board that kind of puts a ribbon on this for now until we publish it, but it kind of frees us up to finish.
Okay,
And now I'm done.
okay, so
Okay.
that's what the motion is that you're looking for, is to do a receive and
Receive
file,
and file.
Receive and file.
incorporating the
Our comments?
Your
comments?
comments,
Okay. All right,
we'll
I'm
incorporate that as we
Dated.
publish the final document.
happy to make that motion.
I will second.
Sorry, can I,
Oh, no.
sorry to be a wet blanket.
Uh-oh.
Can we do,
Here it is, legal.
for the minutes and just for
You're
staff's
just mad because
clarity,
you're not mentioned in there, huh?
I am going to throw a fit. Yeah, if I need a full slide, a full slide, please. No, so just for staff's clarity and for the minutes, do we know what the comments and proposed changes are? I have here, well, actually, Sarah, do you want to go? Do you have this?
Sure, I
The board
recognize,
I'm sorry.
Okay,
Go ahead.
okay, I recognize that there's an interest in seeing an update to the excellence in slide with industry leadership reflecting our legislative and regulatory leadership.
Okay.
We also have direction from the board, which wouldn't necessarily change the definitions or elements, but direction to see 2036 and beyond language from the staff letter in our document. Also direction to see the mission, vision, and aspirations visible, wanting this to be used actively, to be lived and breathed by staff with visibility for ownership.
yes, and the only other thing would be the growth issue. How
yes.
do you want
How,
to?
you're talking about the graphic and how we show
Correct.
that.
The arrow.
A visual
Your
about our
comment-
ongoing evolution and room for continual improvement and growth.
I didn't hear that the words were wrong. It was the way that it was shown on the page.
It's the way that it's shown on the page,
Yeah.
because I think your intention is that we've never stopped growing.
Yes.
We
Yeah.
continue to do that, but how you relate that.
I think
So
we got that.
are you
Yeah.
happy now with, I'm
I'm-
happy to make that my motion, council.
Thank
Tammy
you.
has-
And also including the paragraph from the staff letter in the document.
Yes,
Okay,
Yes.
all right, I'm solid.
Anything else?
okay,
Nothing from me, thank you.
that would be my motion.
And I would second everything in that motion.
Yeah.
Okay, what he said.
Are we ready for
Okay,
the vote?
well, I think we are.
Director Gardner,
Aye.
Director Torres.
Yes.
Director Dennstedt,
Aye.
Director Risby.
Aye.
President Roten.
Yes.
Thank you. The motion carries 5-0.
Nice. Okay. All right, we'll move on to item 7B.
Oh, don't leave.
What?
We gotta
Oh.
do- You got work to do. on
Approve,
this
oh,
plan
I just
that
realized,
you
oh,
just
no, I
had
do have
earlier.
that on. Approve the operating and capital budget for fiscal years 2026-27 and 2027-28, the job classification plan and salary grades table, and the capital improvement program for fiscal years 2026-27 through 2030-31. Mr. Miller.
Well, thank you. This is a big day for me. I kind of want to say I'm a little bit of a finance nerd, but I don't qualify for a full finance nerd. But as general manager, if we don't have a budget, we don't have anything to do. So me getting a budget approved by the board is really good for our daily activities and getting things accomplished. So I'm super excited to be here. Let's go ahead and go to the next slide. We have a team congregated to take different parts of this presentation. We had really good workshops on this. I know a couple of our directors couldn't make one of the workshops, but I'm more than happy to address any questions or comments if they have them. Enormous amount of internal work that went into this, whether it was Daisy and her 1,000 meetings that she's had, but multiply that by every group in the organization that had to pour into what are they gonna do the next 2 years? How do they spend every dime? And you think about, you know, the detail that we have to go through. But what I want to emphasize to the board and, you know, at a public meeting is the mindset of that group of employees and the fact that they're budget conscious. And it's not a Christmas wish list. You know, this is like, oh, I want a lot of things, but this agency has to be able to provide water at a reasonable cost to our customers. How do I make that work? Because we can want whatever, you know, a million things, but the board has to approve rates, the board has to approve a budget, the board has to answer to the customers. You're our public interface with the customers. We have to give you confidence that you can go into the public and say, oh, no, I know that my staff scrubbed this, and they're just not asking for wild ideas. There's a lot behind all of these asks. And so this is a culmination of a lot of responsible fiscal thinking by the entire organization to get to this point. And I'm happy to present this budget for your consideration. Next slide. So obviously, we have a lot of goals. Strong financial reserves and excellent credit rating. You're gonna see that is achieved. And you're gonna actually hear a lot more about how you can make reserves work for you to benefit our customers and our rates. Stable, predictable rates is foundational. We're very fortunate that our board approved the 4-year rate program. And we did a lot of really good work. When I say we, I mean these guys out here did a lot of really great work when we asked the board to adopt rates to make sure that it was gonna match our spending, and you're gonna see that it did. So this budget fits within the rates that the board adopted. Strategic and efficient spending, you're gonna hear me talk about things that we did to make sure that we have efficient spending. And, you know, we scrub it and we check and balance. And we went outside, you're gonna see that, to make sure that we're not wasting money. Grant procurement, I think the board is well aware of how hard we work on grant opportunities. And then obviously capital improvement program, this is another one of those Christmas wish lists. You know, this group can come up with a lot of projects that would be great if we could build. How do we fix that to what we can afford? and what is prioritized. And so Tim and the whole team did a fabulous job in an ongoing challenge of prioritizing big spending on refurbishing assets and growing water supply and improving operations. How do you juggle all that in an affordable way? And so you're gonna hear Tim talk a lot about that. And then workforce. How does the general manager pick the right number of people to be here to do the job is really hard. How do we retain them? How do we pay them? How do we meet industry standards? And how do we attract them? And so that's a foundational goal of this budget. In fact, you have to make a separate finding on our
Salary grade.
our salary grade table. Those are hard words. And so that's your second action that you're gonna take. All right, let's move on. All right, let me turn it over to the chief driver of the budget, Rick.
Alrighty. So now we'll get into the core of the presentation, really focusing first on the process it took to get here, then what the story is, the main drivers behind the budget, focusing first on what we call the operating budget, which is the most comprehensive part of everything it takes for this district to run, and then on the CIP, or all of the infrastructure projects, the long-lived infrastructure projects that enable the service to our customers. Next slide. So although you get it in summary form, packaged up with a bow here for today, there's an extensive amount, really a comprehensive budget process to get here, encompassing well over 9 months, especially if you include the planning that goes into it well before even the August timeframe. But this kicks off at the end of August with essentially giving a couple of months for all of the departments to put in their budgets. And when we talk about that, it's a line-by-line entry. I think incorporating over 4,000 separate lines, each one with a number for not only this year or a first year, but a second year, and each one with some basis for the number. So it takes them a couple of months to then, and then the projects, the capital projects that Tim will cover. I think we initially got over 200 of those coming in. So it takes us a couple of months to review that. I bring all this up just to speak to the vetting process that goes in, so that by the time you get it during our workshops, in the springtime, that you know that it has been gone over extensively. But it takes finance a couple of months to review all of those line items. I think Daisy or us or management held over 150 separate meetings with departments to review their numbers, ask questions, go over things, ask for refinement. Then it takes another couple of months, really in the January to March timeframe, where we as management and the senior leadership team get to review that and sit down with each of the departments, and that's where we ask for, at times, reprioritization, times for refinement, or sometimes it's just justification. But all of that leads up to the 2 workshops, the comprehensive workshops that we had with the board, first on the operating budget and then more recently on the capital project budget. All of those materials kept online on our website and our budget section for the public for transparency, leading to today to look at for this final public process. The whole of the budget with everything in it, so that we can implement this should the board adopt it in July. Next slide. So when we talk about budgeting, at least here at Western, it is different than what a lot of other governments may do, or may seem more common, which is something like, what was our budget last year, and either based on whether we have more money or less money, you add to it or subtract away. And there might be some strategic things that get thrown in there, but largely it's an incremental budget. That's not how we do budgets here at Western. And so the way that we approach it, as I mentioned, is each department on a line-by-line basis has to build their budget from scratch every time we do this 2-year process. And not only are they building it from scratch and justifying every line item, but they do it with an active goal set by senior leadership, which is really based on the reality of what their spending patterns have been like, take into account inflation, so that we make sure, should they be coming above those goals, that there's an extra justification process that comes in, so we can dive into that. We do a 2-year budget. The board has chosen that quite a long time ago. It's very helpful so that we're not always in budget mode, but we can actually kick this off and do the work that we just talked about in the strategic plan. And then what you see before you, and this is talking about finance nerddom. It's operating funds, and so those are the numbers being represented. So the disclaimer is there's a handful of special accounts, we call them designated funds, but things like capacity fees, or our water use efficiency funds, or our water reliability funds, essentially a savings account that continuously appropriated for a very special purpose. As long as there's money in those savings account for those very specific purposes that they're set aside for, there's not a special budget for those. Next slide. So what's going on in this budget? We tried to spare you all of the numbers all over again, but there's quite a bit in terms of the story of the numbers being represented here. The first is that when you look at the revenues, this is based on the adopted rates, and I'll get into that more here on the next slide. The other is the major development that the board's been hearing the last few months, which is obviously a very large part of our budget is what it costs to buy water as we import a significant amount. And so when Met adopted their rates, we now have final numbers that we can base our budget on. So our budget is based on the adopted final rates of Met. Those were roughly on average 6.2% per year, but also the new fixed charges that we've also heard about. So all of the latest and greatest from Met is wrapped up into this budget. Another major development the board is well aware of, but is reflected in this budget, the San Diego agreement. Although that doesn't come with a rate impact to our customers, it does materially change some of the numbers as we reflect the costs of the agreement going forward, and so that's reflected also here. Another major change in some respect with just how we show it, but you will see reflected property tax growth. That's a major revenue source for the district. We've seen significant property tax growth the last few years. We noted that going forward, it looks like it will be much slower. But where we've seen increases, all of that additional revenue, as well as additional revenue from increased earnings on our portfolio, and all of the active cash management to try and eke out every bit of interest earnings we can get out of our investments. All of that is additional resources reflected in the budget, namely for the next item, which is to allow us to invest more than ever, setting aside funds for investing in capital infrastructure, for renewing the system. We mentioned that historically our recent level of funding that we set aside every year, essentially for the CIP budget for replacement, was $7 million. We're going from $7 million to $21 million by the end of the 2-year period, really reflecting the need for setting aside funding for an aging system. We'll have to do that and probably continue to ramp that up over time. But this puts us much more in alignment with setting aside enough every year to reflect that our system is getting older, so that we're not asking even more from future generations of customers to sort of catch up as we go along. So that was a huge accomplishment in this budget. It is reflecting the final 2 years of a 4-year plan on staffing that Craig will get into more detail, but the highlight there was even with the new staffing, we've been able to manage the overall payroll budget so that it's only all in an average of 5% growth per year. A major strategic item we talked about early on was pension savings. So the board set aside earlier in the year a little over $25 million to help fully fund our pension obligations going forward. And what that does is free up $3 million a year essentially to put into long-term capital investment. And so you see that reflected here as well. And then, so all of that's the good news. On the fighting the bad news, regulations have continued to change all across the operations of the district. So whether that's buying electric vehicles, whether that's dealing with PFAS, whether that's overall just dealing with CEQA or even water use efficiency standards, all of these impact different departments in different ways and have to be reflected. As the rules change, we have to change our budget to adapt to them. But even with those and higher than average inflationary pressures, a large element of this budget is reflecting very intentional active efforts to manage costs. And we'll cover that in the presentation, but you'll see optimization plans, you'll see efficiency efforts, some to the tune of hundreds of thousands, some to the tune even in the million range. But that's how we try and combat these forces against us to keep stable rates. Next slide. Just about this time last year, the board adopted a 4-year rate plan after a very extensive public outreach effort. The year that we're in currently represents the first year of those rates. The budget that we're considering are the next 2 years, so years 2 and 3. And we'll get one more year for the first year of the next budget included in that. So all that to say, what was adopted is what's reflected here. We're not asking for anything else beyond that. Next slide. Hand it back over to Craig to talk about staffing.
So as part of the budget, staffing, in the staffing plan, there is some growth in the staff. As the board's aware, we had a 4-year staffing plan. We're in the last 2 years of that 4-year plan. So we've been very transparent about this with the board, with the executive committee. There have been some minor modifications to it. There's some adaptability in there where things have come up where we had to modify it to meet some more urgent needs. But this just shows what this budget includes. So in the first year, another staff member in CCX, Information Services, 2 in Operations, 2 in Water Resources, and in the 27-28 year, another CCX, Engineering, 2 in Operations, for a total of 187 full-time staff positions by the end of FY '28. Next slide. All right. Let me, Daisy, are you going to handle this one?
Yes.
It's all yours.
Thank you. So this budget summary format is one that presents the full picture, including both projected revenue and expense line items in a summarized format, organized by functional elements. So the budget is divided into 2 main areas: operating funds and non-operating funds. Operating funds representing operating revenues and expenses such as water sales, water purchases, and wastewater disposal, and result from the exchange transactions associated with the principal activities of Western. Other revenues and expenses not included in the above categories are presented as non-operating revenues and expenses such as property tax and investment earnings. So I would like to draw your attention to the bottom section of the summary, which shows the total spending authority, which is made up of operating expenses and non-operating expenses, for a proposed total spending authority for fiscal year 27 of $210.7 million and $222.9 million in the second year. These amounts are growing 20% from the current fiscal year 26 budget and 6% in the second year. The major reason for such increases include increased purchase water expenses due to an updated projection of the demand from the retail agencies, updated purchase water costs, like Rick mentioned, for our own retail customers, and increased asset replacement reserve transfers, which are much needed for capital replacement projects, as Rick just mentioned. And together, they make up 96% of the total spending authority. Compared to fiscal year 26. When we remove the purchase water and asset replacement funding, the total spending authority is only growing 1%, or 1.1 million, from fiscal year 26 to fiscal year 27, and 7% in fiscal year 28. So this budget summary is a condensed version of the budget adoption resolution included in the packet. The resolution provides additional details, including the establishment of spending authority for each fiscal year and the specific authorities granted to the general manager regarding labor allocations, budget carryovers, and demand-based adjustments to the spending authority. Also included in the packet are the consolidated summaries for each year, which provide further detail to support the budget recommendation. So now I'll hand it back over to Craig to introduce the capital budget section of the budget. Yeah, of course.
I have a question before you do that. So I am definitely not an accountant. I always get confused between the brackets and the no brackets and how they balance each other out. So I'm looking at operating funds, and each of those columns are showing deficit. And then the non-operating funds, each of those columns are showing surplus. So are those funds utilized to go against what is a deficit at the top?
So the short answer is yes. What this reflects is that we intentionally don't collect enough in our water rates to fully cover our operating costs because we bring in things like property taxes, which aren't an operating revenue. So you'll see us under collecting from water rates and then balancing that out with our other source of revenue, which is property taxes. And those get reflected in the non-operating funds. So that's why you have a surplus in one and a deficit in the other, but you overall, your net surplus is only, in this case, 2 million. So that's what that's reflecting.
Okay, so the non-operating includes property
Property
tax
tax.
revenue?
Correct. Mhm.
Okay. Okay, that makes sense. Thank you. I just didn't like seeing those brackets.
Back to the accounting technicalities.
Thank you.
It's good to be a non-accountant sometimes and trying to understand it. It is complicated with property tax. So we went through a lot more detail in these numbers in the workshop, so we didn't feel like we needed to do that again. Of course, we can go back if you have more questions. Let's go to the next slide. So let's change topics and hit the capital budget. This was the second workshop. Next slide. So maybe I'll do the lead-in and then hand it over to Tim. The main capital budget drivers are, how do we make the necessary investments to maintain our aging infrastructure? And this is an industry-wide challenge. You know, it would be great to have brand-new infrastructure all the time and never have to worry about it. But that doesn't make sense fiscally, so we can't do that. So then the challenge is, what needs to be replaced and when? And that's where the team comes in, because our asset management program and our engineers doing condition assessments is a very robust part of what we do. And the benefit is it keeps us from making investments that we don't need to make. So we want to invest the right amount of money at the right time to ensure the reliability of our system. So there's so much of that going on behind the scenes. And then improve reliability, that's kind of to me, it's such a baseline condition. It's like, we're going to be reliable all the time. What do we mean improve reliability and quality and sustainable water services? That, we're just doing that. But we also want to minimize disruptions. And, you know, this is where the staff talks about a level of service that we promise our customers. What's that level of service? A very complicated concept. And we promise a very high level of service. What does that mean? Will we never have a leak anywhere? Oh, that's very, very expensive. Is it okay to have a leak as long as we don't have service interruptions? Okay, that's a different level of service. So this is where we really balance the philosophy of level of service with the amount of investment and the amount of rate that our customers can sustain. All right, let's go to the next one, and let me turn it over to Tim, and he's going to go through the top projects that made it to our extensive capital list.
So, as Craig said, as we kind of closed out the operating budget, we spent a lot more time in the workshops talking about the projects. I went through the projects and spent about 45 minutes, and Craig said enough of that, so I get 3 slides today. Like all good things, the capital planning project requires a team. Like all successful teams here at Western, everyone contributes to the effort. Every capital project requires careful prioritization and planning. To do this, Western Water thinks holistically about the project from cradle to grave, from planning to funding to the workload required, to the design, to outreach, to construction, to operating, and then to repair and replacement eventually. The list of projects in attachment 5, which is the large sheet of paper that we typically use in the workshops, document what was carefully considered by the team of people that will be involved in bringing that project to life. This capital budget does represent a financial milestone for Western Water. This is the first capital plan with proposed annual spending in excess of $60 million in years 1 and 3. You will see that in a few slides. The projects on the listing were selected because the capital projects team agreed that they were necessary at this time. They are important to the delivery of water and wastewater service. We have the human resources to get them done as listed. The request is affordable, as Rick will talk about in a few slides. And as a team, we will collaborate to get them all done. In year 1, there are 38 total projects listed in the fiscal year, totaling $62.6 million. The gross total for the first 5, as shown on this slide, represents roughly 50% of the total ask. So the first 5 projects alone are 50% of the total ask. Those projects include upgrades for the sewer lift station on Markham, we call it the Markham Lift Station, a new pipeline to serve the new community of Highland Grove, as well as others, 2 projects made necessary by the County of Riverside. That's the Markham Street water line relocations. We have a lot of water lines in Markham. The county is asking us to move them. The Mockingbird Canyon pipeline relocation because of some storm drain improvements. That's also on our list. The removal of PFAS at the Arlington Salter bypass supplies. That's the top 5. Represents nearly 50% of the total ask. The top 10 listing continues with 2 congressionally funded projects at the Western Water Recycling Facility. It includes a new 12-inch distribution pipeline for the Highland Grove community, an interconnection in Murrieta with Rancho Water to increase access to water supply to meet the new demands. It also includes, rounding out the top 10, a larger fueling station at our operations facility that was the result of the after-action review following the public safety power shutoff event in January 2025 that saw 15 of our facilities without power for multiple days, requiring diesel generators to keep customers in water. The gross total request for fiscal year 2027 for the top 10 projects is $42.1 million. You see that at the bottom of the slide. The $42.1 million is offset by $8 million in grant funding. The net total cost of the top 10 projects in year 1 is $34.1 million. The total gross cost of the top 10 projects represents 63% of the total capital budget being requested for fiscal year 26-27. Next slide. In year 2 of the proposed capital budget, there are 30 projects listed in this fiscal year totaling $36.3 million. The first 5 shown on this slide total $20 million, or 55% of the total for all 30 projects. Those projects include a water supply enhancement project to get out in front of future needs in the Murrieta service area. Phase 2 of PFAS mitigation in the sewer pipelines through March Air Reserve Base. Improvements to the currently out of service steel tank in Murrieta on Grizzly Ridge. The planned imported water interconnection with Rancho California Water District, and rehabilitation of Western's largest storage tank, the Orange Crest Reservoir. The top 10 list continues with construction of a recharge project in the San Bernardino Basin area. It'll be managed by the San Bernardino Valley Municipal Water District and paid for by the water rights holders within Western that pump water from that basin. Next on the list is fleet replacement intended to ensure Western gets the highest resale value for vehicles being replaced while acquiring newer vehicles with the latest safety enhancements and a lower need for maintenance. The long-planned replacement of leaking blow-off number 6 on the Mills gravity line hits the list at number 8. Number 9 is the replacement of a 24-inch valve, which provides the team with operational flexibility and customers with reliability. Number 10 on the list is improvements to storm flow capture in the areas upstream of the Victoria Recharge Basin, a potential partnership with Riverside County Flood Control. The $26.7 million for the top 10 is offset by $7.8 million in grant funding. The net total cost of the top 10 projects in year 2 is $18.9 million. The total gross cost of the top 10 projects represents 67% of the total capital budget being requested for fiscal year 27-28. Next slide. So in summary, staff are requesting support for a capital budget of $66.2 million and $39.5 million respectively for the next 2 fiscal years. A total capital budget of $106 million is offset by $19 million in grant funding. Looking out further beyond the 2-year budget, staff are projecting funding needs of $64.1 million, $45.2 million, and $31.7 in the subsequent 3 years. The estimated offsets from grants and third-party contributions is also shown in the 2-year budget and the additional 3 years that make up the 5-year plan. Next slide. turn it back over to Rick.
All right. Well, one of the new pieces incorporated into this budget is actually an enhancement to a process. And so we hope that this will be beneficial to the board in recognizing, essentially, as you see things now, it can be a little clunky and not necessarily always transparent on the total cost of a project. And what I'm talking about is the way we've currently done things is we'd adopt a funding plan. But as each project progresses, you know, we do an initial part, then we have a consulting contract, and then in each of those board items, we're asking for a little bit more budget that fits within the overall plan. So it looks like we're always asking for more budget, or that the project is always getting more expensive, even if it fit within the overall plan. And so what this process does is it essentially say, if in this 2-year budget, we have a $20 million project, when you adopt the budget, we're adopting $20 million for that project. So you would only see a change if it's different than $20 million in total. And so it helps keep visibility on the total cost of the project, and it eliminates some of the in-between stages that can slow down a project. So that's the enhancement we're talking about here. With the board's change to the general manager's authority earlier this year to $200,000, essentially the new process going forward, if you have in your head anything over 200 for a project, 200,000 would be specifically board approved. And certainly no project would move forward with construction without the board's approval of that construction contract if it's 200,000 or more. So you still have visibility, and you see the size of these projects on any project of significance moving on with the district. But this will help streamline a number of things. And then the general manager can transfer budgets within projects or within the same fund, essentially so we can keep things moving without changing the overall spending plan that the board will be adopting today. Next slide. So when we talk about vetting the budget, especially the CIP, of utmost concern is, can we afford this? And so this slide is supposed to represent, you know, half a dozen different lenses that we look at and trying to be able to tell you that we can afford it. The bottom line is we believe that the CIP is affordable. It's, as Tim mentioned, at higher levels of spending and investment for capital projects. Those are necessary. At the end of the day, they're manageable and manageable within our AAA rating. And that's important, very important to our customers, because that ensures the lowest level of interest costs when we issue debt, which then translates into direct rate benefits. And so we get to keep the AAA rating, and we're managing within our metrics for financial health. The numbers you see in the table can be a little confusing. They make sense for those in the bond market and credit rating analysts, but essentially what they represent is, we call it days cash. But if you think of it as if you did not have any more income and you had to live off of your savings, how many days could you live off of your savings without any more income? And so the metric that we shoot for, especially for the AAA rating, is 400, or essentially a little over a year. Can you last a year without having any income whatsoever? And so you notice that even with drawing down our reserves a little bit, or our savings, over the 5-year period, we're still over the 400, and so that's the metric for financial health. This does include, as was talked about in the workshop, the assumption that we'll have to issue some debt during this 5-year period. We're estimating currently about $30 million, which is very reasonable. That would keep us at about a flat level of overall debt. As we pay down the debt and we take on a little bit more, we'd be able to stay at about where we are right now over this 5-year period. If we do that, then we keep within these financial metrics of health. And next slide. Rounding out with cost management efforts.
All right, cost management efforts. So I hope the board is counting on the staff to manage costs carefully and to always be looking hard at that. We do. It's one comment that's not really acceptable at Western amongst the staff is, oh, this is how we've always done it. And so we're always looking, because that's not how we do business here. So let me highlight a few things that the board's aware that we've been doing. So we did a deep dive with the help of Procure America into a whole bunch of business things that we do. And, you know, getting some outside, this is, you know, getting out of our comfort zones. Let's ask someone else if we can do things better. And so we presented the report to the board. There are a lot of things in there that we're modifying that we can do better, and that's gonna contribute to an annual savings of over $300,000 a year, and we'll continue that effort. Optimizing cash management, this is where I'm not an accountant either, but we've landed on better ways to manage cash on a daily basis, which will have a long-term benefit to our bottom line of about $1 million annually. We look at financing costs for vehicles, we'll save $140,000 annually by modifying that. And then one thing that was big benefit to our Western retail customers, but even a bigger benefit to our entire wholesale service area is reverse cyclic program at Metropolitan and the San Diego Water Exchange, which will have a one-time savings just from the reverse cyclic program of a little less than $1 million a year. So always looking at ways to save money. Next slide. Can we go back? What happened to our slide? All right.
Want me to read it out loud?
No, I can read it. First one is supposed to say system optimization. And this is where we count on our operators to look at how they operate things and find out, they really look hard. Do we need as much gas? Do we need as much energy to do what we're doing? And they're constantly modifying that. We've seen over $1 million in savings by them actively just reevaluating. We did it this way last year. Is that the best way to do it? I'm really proud of the staff for doing that. Asset management enhancements. This is such a difficult one to, the board, this is one of the ones in the workshop that the board said, hey, can you come up with a number for that? And I said, no. And then staff is like, no, we can do this. And so, I've got kind of a long answer about asset management, but when you look at our ability to predict failures and head that off, a big part of asset management is having spare parts and things, because we don't just look at the cost of the spare part. What's more important to us is the interruption of operations. And so, if it's gonna take 90 days to get a part and we have to stop operating a part of our plant for 90 days, it can have huge economic impact. We save hundreds of thousands of dollars by having parts on the shelf and anticipate where we can have failures and where some of our biggest risks are. The board's all seen the shop. So the wrench is supposed to be in-house machine shop and parts manufacturing. You've heard this story. We might spend a few $100s on creating a part that we can't get for 6 months. And when we buy the part, it's very, very expensive. And we turn a blob of metal into a part that works as a bearing in some sort of device, and it literally saves our whole operations of our facility and heads off. You think about, well, you can't de-water sludge. Now what do? Do you have to send it out wet, which could cost a huge amount of money and create all kinds of additional problems? So that shop has been a lifesaver, and we will continue to grow that shop. And the board already authorized us to buy some more advanced machining. And then the last one, the coins there is supposed to say grant funding program. $70 million in external funding for 20-plus projects in recent years. Huge effort and really important to the offsetting. You saw Tim's top 10 list, all the different projects that have offsetting values, which allows us to do more with our dollars. Next slide. So that kind of wraps up our presentation. Our recommendation is that the board adopt resolution 3378 approving the fiscal year budget, approve the amended job classification plan and salary grades table in accordance with resolution 2902, and adopt the 5-year CIP for fiscal years 26-27 through 2030-31. And that's our ask, and we are happy to answer any questions that the board may have.
Before we do board questions, were there any public comments?
I've received no public comments and seen no request to speak.
Okay. And do we need to take each of these separately?
You do not.
We don't. Oh, okay.
No.
Those were my questions. Any comments from anyone?
I do. Whenever you're ready.
I just have one.
Go ahead.
Got a couple.
I just wanted to go back to the slide, the purple one. But, I mean, you don't have to move it there, but I just wanted to acknowledge what a huge change to our process. Is that the first one?
Yes,
Okay.
I think,
I'm like,
is this
I
from
don't
your
read it right.
previous comments, Director?
Yes.
Yeah,
I just wanted to say,
It's the first one.
that transparency in, and not that we weren't being transparent, but it makes it a lot easier. I think we just went through this at the last board meeting, right? When we have this change in budget and it's, 5 times more. And so it feels like, wait, we must have not budgeted correctly, but which is not the case. And so I think that is just a way better way of presenting these numbers. And I think, and I believe that more often than not, what we're gonna see is that we are under budget and on time on projects, if we're starting out this way rather than how we had it before. So, great work.
yeah, this is a fundamental change. The board approved the budget, the plan.
Yeah.
The capital plan, and we saw a lot of problems because we were constantly coming back, because as we moved projects forward and we went out to bid, the board had not approved that budgetary item for the actual construction of the project.
Right.
So then we have to come back and we have to make a statement that, hey, we're modifying the budget by $5 million or whatever it is, and it looks like, why the heck didn't you plan for that?
Right.
And so we're tired of explaining that to the board. I think it's very confusing for the public also. So we wanted to change that, and Rick had a great idea to make the modification this year to do that, to make it a lot more understandable to everybody else,
Yeah,
including the general manager.
great work. Great work on this budget.
Yeah. Any, Brenda? Go ahead. I'm sorry, I know you said you had a comment.
No, that's okay. I just want to go through a couple of points of clarification, I guess, and understand, I want to make sure I understand what's being said here. In our board packets on agenda page, and it's not in the slides, so just don't look for them because they're not there. And the agenda page, 157 for the job classification plan and salary grades table, couple of points of clarification on this. Are all of the numbers reflected in here, because they're in red, do they include the COLA?
Yes.
So okay. So then that leaves to my second question. In the footnotes, it seems to be a little bit of a contradiction to me, and maybe I'm just not understanding what I'm reading, or it's not computing for me. So in the footnotes, you put the cost of living for the COLA to be July 1, but then as an effective date, but then you put the effective date as June 14th. So I'm trying to understand which date is the standing date, and how does that apply?
June 14th, and everyone gets paid after July 1st, so that's where the distinction is. But the work that generates their first paycheck after July begins June 14th. And for PERS purposes, it has to be effective June 14th. That's the
Okay.
official date.
So it's a pay period deal?
It's an
Okay.
HR pay period issue.
Okay, well, just in the future, we might want to add that as a little footnote to say that it's because of a pay period thing, because it looks like the two dates contradict each other on the document, so I just wanted to make sure. And then I'm trying to figure out why some of these are in red, if they're the reclassification on the job title and new positions, because then it doesn't add up right. So what are the job names in red?
Those would be new titles that haven't been on the schedule before. Some of the new positions in the plan are existing titles, so you won't see them separately called out on the salary schedule.
Okay, got it. And just for, again, I'm pretty sure I know the answer to this question, just for the point of clarity, so that we all understand. Because I understand that this, within a couple of different organizations, much to my amusement, this has been a change. And so I just want to make sure that our org chart has not changed in terms of when we're moving board secretary classification title from executive assistant to board secretary, it still falls under general manager for direction, and it is not coming to the board for a direct report position and that change. It is simply a change of a name to better suit
It's a change of a title.
to a title.
There's no changes to the org chart.
Okay, I just want to make sure that that's clear. And okay, last two things. And this is just for point of clarification, if we could look at the staff report on page 118. And I think this is just a typo. I want to make sure because we've talked about how many positions that we're adding. So in the paragraph at the bottom, it says 10 new positions have been incorporated in the operating budget. Fiscal year 26-27 includes 6 positions, new full-time positions, and fiscal year 27-28 includes 5, but in parentheses you have 4.
It is 4.
It's 4,
four.
correct?
Mhm.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure I wasn't misunderstanding and we're doing another
Yeah.
change in here, so
We're
that's.
slipping one in.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to make sure that all of our stuff aligns
Yeah.
and matches and it's not different, so I just wanted to do that.
Definitely 4, and we're ending at 187. Those
Oh,
are the official
yeah.
numbers.
Okay, perfect. All right, thank you for that clarification there. And then last comment under the slide, it was going back to Tim's portion on the top 10 projects, and you can look at one of those slides. 140 is what I wrote down for the slides. There we go. So on the offsets, Mr. Barr, on the offsets with, how do I want to ask this question? So you have noted that there is grant money that we have already identified in those, and then you put NA in the other slots. But we want to be clear that if we have something that's outstanding that we just haven't been awarded, we would accept that money and it would be changed on this. It's not that we're not pursuing other things or potentially looking at that at some point in time, correct?
The team is always looking for grant dollars. We only show the dollars that have actually been awarded.
That's the only point I wanted to make clear, is that we are always seeking those opportunities, but if we don't count our chickens before they're hatched. So I just want to make sure that people are aware that even though you put that in here, it's only because that hasn't been awarded. It doesn't mean that we're not looking for it.
Correct.
Okay. I'm done.
Okay. Director Gardner,
I have nothing.
no comments? Director Risby?
No, I'm good. No,
I didn't
I'm
ask
good.
you, okay. And I also do not have any comments.
Wow, so I'm the only pain today. Okay, got it.
I would move the staff recommendation.
Second.
Okay, there you go.
For
We have
both
a
items.
motion and a second, and ready for roll call whenever you're
Thank
ready.
you. Director Gardner,
Aye.
Director Torres,
Yes.
Director Dinstedt,
Aye.
Director Risby.
Aye.
President Roten.
Aye.
Thank you. The motion carries 5-0.
Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much.
All right, we'll move on to item 7C, authorize the and thank you, Daisy, and Tim, and Rick, and everyone that worked on that forever and ever. To
Daisy gets
infinity
take-
and
She gets to
beyond.
take a deep breath
No.
for 2 years.
She's
Yeah.
going
Until
on
we start
vacation
over.
now, right?
Nice. Item 7C, authorize the transfer of unclaimed monies to the Western Municipal Water District General Fund. And so that I don't forget, do we have any public comments on this item?
We do not.
Okay, thank you.
All right, this is kind of a routine business thing after the last two items. So Veronica, what are we up to?
Thank you, Craig. Well, it's a lot of heavy content and well-presented items previous to this, so it's hard to compete against. I promise mine will be shorter. So I'm presenting this annual request to transfer money from unclaimed checks back to the general district for general use. This action is proposed when the checks have remained unclaimed on Western books for 3 years or more. As such, the listed checks in attachment 1 were all issued in calendar year 2022. As part of our due diligence, when a check is returned as undeliverable or remain uncashed, research is performed to determine if the payee is a current customer of Western at a new address or known by our Development Services Department. They review the contact information from the original paperwork and the copy of the check deposit. The research continues by checking with the developer's contractor, checking Western's record for other temporary meter customer accounts, and searching the internet to obtain updated phone or address information. The customer service department calls, emails, sends letters, and search the billing software database for updated customer information. An additional staff review takes place before publishing the notice in the newspaper. So as you can see, a lot of collaboration among staff across multiple departments. And after all the efforts are exhausted, a notice to the public with the names and amounts are placed in the press enterprise on April 14th and 21st, 2026. In addition, notification letters were sent to each payee with the outstanding check amount to provide additional opportunity to claim their funds. Claimants had 45 days from the first publication to file a verifiable claim. The amount to be transferred to the general fund is $11,257.79. It is important to keep in mind that even after the board authorized the transfer of unclaimed monies to the general fund, all monies will remain available to be claimed and paid in the future to the individuals or businesses to whom the money belongs. This concludes my presentation. Happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, are there any questions by the board?
Just a comment.
Go ahead.
So just a comment. Thank you for your last statement. I want to make sure that people are very aware that even though we're doing this transfer because we're allowed to do that, it doesn't mean that if somebody comes out of the blue and they've revived themselves out of a years-long coma or whatever, come back from expedition in the Antarctic, I don't know, whatever it is, that we're not going to withhold the funds, that they can still collect and still file a claim with us, and we're going to be able to return those monies should they prove to have a valid claim.
We
So-
will make sure we can pay them back. We'll have enough money to do that.
Absolutely, right? That they were out there surveying the penguins or something. So who knows? But thank you. I just wanted to make sure that that was very clear on the record. The other comment that I want to make too is that having gone through this process for all of the years that I've been sitting here and watching this, I just want to acknowledge the amount of effort that goes into this by staff and the amount that has reduced over time has been significant. This used to be a much larger dollar amount that we would transfer because we just didn't go through the processes that we do now. And because of your efforts, it is such a reduced amount. And this might be, kind of still a shocker for some people if they're hearing it for the first time, but it used to be much larger. And we would have to go through a lot of different struggles in order to make all this happen. So I just wanted to put out there, thank you for your efforts. It really has reflected in the amount that we're having to make this happen and make these motions and make all these transfers. So with that, I'm happy to move this item.
Thank you.
If I could, just a follow-on comment to Director Denstett's last comment. this is the shortest list that I've seen. And there are no four-figure dollar amounts.
Yeah.
And I've seen five-figure dollar amounts in previous ones. So staff is doing, I think, a tremendous job.
Yep.
So thank you very much.
Thank you.
And the people who got their money back, thank you too.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. May we have the roll call vote?
Yes.
Sorry.
Sorry, Director Roden, did we do a public comment? Did I miss it?
We have a public comment?
No,
Do we have-
no, do we?
Oh, I asked.
Oh, she did? Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Director Gardner,
Aye.
Director Torres,
Yes.
Director Dennstedt,
Aye.
Director Risby,
Aye.
President Roten.
Yes.
Thank you. The motion carries 5-0.
Thank you.
And please don't ever hesitate to remind me about that, because I do tend to forget them. In fact, I might have forgotten on the first item.
You did not.
Okay, so we will move on to reports. Mr. General Counsel, Esquire.
Thank you. Thank you, President Roten. Just a quick update for the board. I know that General Manager Miller updated you guys on the site's water right, the draft decision published by the State Board a few months ago. The State Board opened it up for public comment on May 22nd. Everyone submitted on the same day. It was the last day to do it, so both sides didn't want the other side to see what they were going to submit. So we all submitted. We were working with Metropolitan and many of our other water clients and discussing with staff here on our comments. Everyone submitted. I would say that on balance, it's probably like 90% in support of the water right as an idea, but wanting changes to make the project more viable, more affordable, et cetera. And then 10% from the same folks that we see with every project who don't want to build anything and would rather that we all be hunter-gatherers. So that's happening. So the State Board's busy right now. So they got, so that was about a week and a half ago. So they're working through that. We imagine that we will have a decision sometime later in the summer. There will be a second period of public comment open, and we will coordinate with staff and bring it back to you guys for updates. Second thing is that there are hearings going on at the State Water Board this week on the Delta Conveyance Project. Basically, whether they're going to amend the state's water right to put new changes of points of diversion, so places where we can pump out of the Delta. Those are really complicated and very fraught hearings, but we have attorneys there, and they're working on it. So if you guys ever want a more detailed update from someone who knows more about it than me, let me know. But I think that, so on the two biggest water infrastructure projects in the state currently, there are things happening in Sacramento. So just wanted to bring that to your attention. Happy to answer any questions.
So I didn't catch the very beginning of your first comment. Was that for sites?
Yeah, so the
Oh,
first
for
one is for
sites.
sites, yeah.
Okay.
And then DCP was there are hearings for DCP
Right,
before the
okay.
board this week.
Okay, thank you. We will move on to our general manager and
Okay.
staff report.
Thank you very much.
Time's up. No.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, is that good? Just say thank you? Well, I actually, that is the first thing. It was appreciation. I want to thank this team out here. Both of the items today are an enormous team effort. The mission, vision, aspiration wouldn't be happening at the effective level that's happening without all of you. So I really appreciate how hard you worked and how diligent you are. And they, really played an active role to make sure that we did a great job on our aspirations. And then the budget, this is a 9-month effort to get to this point, to approve a budget, and it's an enormous lift, and Daisy did a great job of leading it, and Rick, you also, but, every single person out here had deliverables, and they had to get their team to input data, and then to argue about it, and debate it, and figure out where they can give a little bit and take a little bit. It's an enormous team assignment, and so I'm just really appreciative of that. And then, of course, it's our pleasure to bring this to the board. You don't need to be involved for 9 months, but, we have to build the trust in the board so that you count on the fact that we spent 9 months doing good work. And so the relationship that staff has with the board and the amount of trust the board has to approve these things without major modifications is amazing. I'm super appreciative of that. The staff recognizes that and talks about it. And we're just in a great place to have a collaborative relationship with our board so that we're not at odds and really limiting, which I look at that as if we don't get along well, it limits what we can do for our community, and we're not there. And so, I'm just really excited about the next 10 years with this aspiration plan of what we're going to achieve. I think it's going to be even better than the last 10 years. And so I think, board, you've set us on a great path for success, so thank you very much.
Okay.
A couple of activities. We had a great ribbon cutting out at the demonstration, Waterwise Landscape Demonstration Project at March Air Museum. Jamil and the commander were, kind of over the moon about how great it is, and the staff at the museum absolutely loves it. So really a fun project, and it was great to bring that to conclusion. Other activities I've been doing, Kevin Alexander is the new general manager at IUA. He was there before. He's been named now as the general manager. So Shivaji and Joe and myself took him out to dinner last week to welcome him to the fun of being a general manager. And we're really excited. We know him. He's a known commodity. We're really excited to have him in our collaborative environment, in our watershed. The fact that Shivaji called the dinner together is great, showing that Met is really engaged in our watershed and what our GMs are doing in our caucus. And so it's just really fun to have him on board, and I think he's going to continue what Shivaji was doing at IUA and lead them in a really good path. So it's good to get his stint as general manager kicked off on a good foot. The last thing, we continue to meet with the SB 72 work group, which was kind of this little subgroup of the supporters of SB 72. And this was the group that kind of got together every 2 weeks for the last 4 years, planning what we were going to do on outreach and planning the bill. We're getting that group back together again because we don't want to see a lapse in the motivation and the movement of what SB 72 started. So we're figuring out a little funding bridge and some activities and some outreach that we're going to be doing with KP and with CMUA to keep momentum going. We don't want to slide, so we're going to keep that going. Aqua News. I think you all have this. I got a flag on mine. You may want to turn to a page. Where is it? Page 11. We have a special guest star in there that you may want to look at. I don't know how she got in there, but she got in there. The last thing I'll report is next week we'll be in DC. And so Director Roten and myself and Michael and Sarah are going to be back there with Chris Kearney and Mark Limbaugh. And we, unfortunately, Director, we have a very, very busy schedule for you. So get ready.
Figured.
And we'll report back all the meetings that we have. We have a lot of meetings scheduled. So looking forward to that next week.
Okay.
That concludes my remarks.
All right, we'll move into director comments and requests. SAPA report, looks like there was a meeting.
There was in fact a meeting, and Kevin Alexander was there.
Nice.
So he participated in the committee meetings, but yeah, and but stayed for the SAPA meeting itself. So it was good to get to meet him. I knew of him, but I had not met him before. The PA 23 committee is pretty well wrapping up now. That's the SARCUP Oversight Committee. They did recommend approval of a management services account to assist with project management for $78,000 and change to Woodard and Curran to wrap up the last of the projects. And then they received an update on status of the various programs, and they're pretty well done. The SALPA Commission itself lost a valued employee. Pete Fitt has retired after 28 years. He was the SALPA GIS expert. He's pretty well known in the GIS world and oversaw a number of projects. He participated in selecting his replacement, and so we've got somebody solid to pick that up and run. We are reissuing a RFP for cloud-based financial software and implementation services. It's going to replace the Microsoft Dynamics Great Plains system software, which is old and tired and slow, and they don't like it. So we put out an RFP. We got few responses, and the range of dollar figures was huge. It went from $200,000 or $300,000 to over $2 million. And it kind of showed that we didn't write the RFP very well. So pulled it back and are rewriting it and reissuing it. Let's see, Director Denstedt, you'll appreciate this one. The commission approved posting of Brown Act meeting videos on SALPA's website. So all of the SALPA Commission and the sub-entity Brown Act agencies, like LEJUA, will have that.
Perfect.
So Director Denstedt noticed it wasn't there when she referred some people who were asking questions. Just go look at it on the website, and it wasn't there. So it will be. Last one for the SALPA Commission itself. They're doing an Arundel assessment study in the entirety of the Santa Ana River watershed, and they're using, there's some really good aerial photos, high resolution from about 2022, I believe, and they're using machine learning to better identify from the air photos where Arundel is. So, and they asked it, where is Arundel? And they went out and checked, and they did field verification of whether there really is Arundel there, or if they missed it somewhere. And so it's a really good tool, and it was just written up, that case study was just written up in Esri's big reports. So that was a big deal. The PA 24 committee, the Brine Line Committee, is recommending approval of the new brine line rates to the full commission that will come up at the next commission meeting. They are increasing moderately, largely because of some changes in Orange County Sanitation District's accounting. Their audit told them that they were putting some things in as capital that need to be as expenses, and some of it got moved as a result. And so that becomes part of the charge, the direct charge from OC San for treating brine line effluent. So that will be before the board. I expect it will pass. And that's it for SALPA.
Okay, thank you. Metropolitan Water District, Brenda?
So we do have our meeting next week. The board meeting will be on Tuesday. And kind of a little reminder, and a little bittersweet actually, is the fact that our former colleague, Don Galliano, passed away 5 years ago. And
Today, or
actually, his anniversary was on Monday. And it was kind of strangely called to my attention because at Met's board meeting, I will be receiving my 5-year pin.
oh, gosh.
A little tough. A little tough. So, anyway,
Is it a picture of Don Galliano?
I know, right? I hope so. I really do. I hope so. You know, so it's just kind of a reminder. Brings things back to focus. Bring things back to reality. So, but I will be there, and I'm sure that the chair will be there to give me my pin, and we'll take a picture. So, but it is not without remembering Dawn. Nice.
Okay. Chino Basin Water Master.
Chino Basin Water Master did meet on May 28th. The one real action was approving the fiscal year 26, 27 budget. It's down a bit from prior years, but there's still people who say you're charging me too much. I shouldn't pay that. But it was adopted. And in the reports, the engineer's report, they were talking about they have completed now the final draft of the 2025 Safe Yield Reevaluation Report, and the number now has gone down from 14,000 acre feet overdraft, if you will, to 10. So the suggestion and what the board will be dealing with is, do we adjust safe yield and reduce it by 10,000 acre feet? Is that significant enough to make a change? Do we wait till 2030, which is the next time it gets reevaluated, and see if there've been any changes? We'll see where it goes. My suspicion is that the board probably will decide that 10,000 acre feet is not that significant. It won't do any material harm, and we'll put it off for 5 years. And if anything dramatic happens in the interim, they can always reset at any time if circumstances dictate. So we shall see. And that's it for Water Master.
Okay. How about CDA?
Tomorrow.
Okay. And is there a RICR report?
Yes, so we recommend May 30th, May 20th, not May 30th. And it was a routine meeting. We had 3 items. We approved request updated investment policy for fiscal year 26-27. We approved, authorized the administrator to issue an award of contract to engineering partners for medium voltage switchgear replacement design at the treatment plant. And then we approved and authorized the administrator to issue a purchase order to Black & Veatch for the RCRA sewer conveyance condition assessment project. So that was it. We got an update on the pump station from Jesse Pompa, and it looks like that it's about to, they're ready to start working late this summer. I did request them that if we can have a tour to the pump station, I would like to see it, so.
And that's for the recycled water project.
Recycled water project, yes. And there was a closed session item. We gave a direction to staff to bring it, the issue back to us. So that was it for RCRA.
Okay, WRCOG.
WRCOG, so we had a couple of things. There were some staff milestones that were recognized. We had 3 employees that got their 10-year recognition, and then 3 employees that got their 5-year recognition. So it's great to see the longevity and the staff translate there and keep the experience around. So that's a great thing and a great value. We also went ahead and the nomination for new leadership went through. So the next leadership rotation that will be going to General Assembly will be the Mayor, Jackie Casillas from the city of Corona, will be the chair, is nominated to be the chair. The first vice chair will be Mike Laura out of Beaumont, and the second vice chair will be Christian Dinko from Eastvale. So those are the rotation for General Assembly to go. And we also passed the budget. Again, this is moved forward to General Assembly. As a reminder, General Assembly comes up on June 18th. You are all voting members of that, so all 108 elected officials for all of the jurisdictions ratify at General Assembly for those two particular things. And so we're looking forward to seeing that. I want to thank staff for being one of the only jurisdictions that fully registered all of our elected officials, and I didn't get called out at my own meeting, so that was good. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Wait, and they have to sit together.
Yes, no,
Not
it's,
that part of the meeting.
I know, that was an interesting little side note at the meeting, so we'll talk about that later. And just as a notation, and I'm sure Craig will be very happy for me to say this, Craig attended his final meeting as the TAC chair for WRCOG, and I have led my final meeting and concluded my stint as chair, and all I need to do is get through General Assembly and get through Tony Hawk. So, and we're gonna close that chapter. So, so it was all good, and Craig did his report, and he was very happy because he's all done now.
Nice.
And there we go.
Okay, how about Sarah?
We'll be meeting next week, next Tuesday.
Oh, next, I don't know. I gotta make sure I have that. Oh, I won't be here. That's why I don't have it. Okay, how about Aqua?
Aqua, so just so you know, the registration is open for the event down at Wilson Creek on July 17th, pretty sure. So if you are interested in attending that, I would reach out to Tammy and let her know if you have not already been registered for that event to attend.
I sent out the meeting notification yesterday to all of you, so if you are not able to attend, let me know and we'll make that change.
Do
Okay?
you know who the speaker is?
Yes.
I
and-
do.
Oh, good. Because I didn't write it down.
Mr. Craig Miller,
Really? I don't wanna
speaking
go.
at,
No.
on the panel.
Yeah.
He
there's-
can fill you in on the
okay.
panel.
Yeah, there's several different pieces of that day, so if you want more details, it's definitely on the Aqua website for that. I don't have it memorized in my head, sorry, there's just
No
some
worries.
things that went to the wayside today. So, but we've got, hopefully what we believe is gonna be an interesting program and also responsive to our membership. So we try to take, when we go to the various different conferences and we put out the question to the membership, we want to know, what do you value? What do you want to hear about? What do you want to be a part of? You know, one of the big issues that's going to be a thing to hear about this year is going to be Colorado River, because we're still not settled on that. We're still in negotiations. And so everybody kind of wants to know, where is this supply going to go and how is this going to all pan out? The deadlines have passed twice now, and and there's been no consequences, which everybody finds really interesting, because generally, you know, they've come back and said in the past, no, decisions were made, and if you didn't meet them, then we're going to do it, and then they hand out decisions. So it's kind of interesting that they've not really taken an action. They just keep kind of moving this date forward. So, oh, legal counsel, go ahead.
Well, I just read this morning that Arizona, California, Nevada reached a voluntary agreement to leave water in Lake Mead, and basically, it's kind of breaking news.
Oh, wow, okay, I hadn't
So,
seen that yet.
Hot off the press.
Oh, hot off the press.
We have a lower basin state, or at least, 3 of them, to say that we're gonna leave some water in the river. Reduce,
Wow.
reduce the take. So, we'll know more in coming days. We'll
Okay,
update you.
great.
But,
Well,
but the Upper Basin states and the tribes have not
Not-
agreed to
right.
anything.
Yes.
right, so we still have some issues to work out there. So, anyway, I would encourage you that if you want to be a part of that, it'll be a really nice event. It's a very nice venue, and we will probably have a little after event hanging around, but you're certainly welcome to join me out at Wilson Creek in July.
Okay.
Oh, and I did
That's it.
say, I did happen to mention and hand it over, and you missed it last time, because I got to bring in the program, and. Okay, all right. So, we wanted to make sure that we memorialized our celebrity that got onto the JPIA's book that they put out for everybody, because we had the
Wow.
big celeb and all of the signatures that we need to collect for her. So, yeah, so she's on the cover. So we wanted to make
I
sure.
was mobbed for autographs.
Yes, so we wanted to make sure that this is a moment
Oh
that
my
we got highlighted, and
gosh.
so.
Well, thank you.
Coming, it
So,
did not arrive.
there it is.
Oh,
We will
very
provide that.
nice. So I don't have to use my copy that got all wrinkled. In fact, I have it down here under my,
No,
I will
no.
bring this back to you when
aw.
Fran arrives.
Oh, that was very nice of you to do that. And did you tell him how you had said? I was so focused, just take a second. I was so focused on getting the printed copy of the JPIA program, because, you know, I'm weird about having everything printed. And I went and I talked to the girl at the front, and, oh no, first you were down there earlier. And so
Yeah.
I'm like, Brenda, can you see if you can get me a printed copy? Oh, yeah, I'm doing this or that, but yeah, I'll try. And she sends me a picture of it, and I'm like, why are you sending me a picture of it? That's what I want. Yes, I want the printed copy of that. And then finally she sends me another text, and she's like, did you look at it? I was like, no.
You know?
It was pretty funny.
No, and it was very entertaining, because here I am at 8 o'clock in the morning on Monday on a panel on stage
And I'm
listening to this
texting her.
president, and she's texting me this,
Can you
like,
get
do
me a
you have this? Yeah, hold on, let me get this to you. And I'm trying to send her a picture, and she just, whoo, doesn't even get it.
I kinda know why she's
I
sending
just
me a
kind of,
picture.
yeah, I was laughing about this whole thing, so
was
it
pretty
was,
funny.
it was a good ha-ha, but yes, it's the first time I've ever seen one of our members on the cover, so,
Yeah.
so congratulations on your
So-
cover girl
Well,
stuff.
thank you.
There you
My-
go.
My kids got a big kick out of it, because I sent it out on our family chat.
But it
for
was
a
even
sec.
better that you didn't get it when I
Yeah.
sent the screenshot. I'm like, yeah, check this out.
Nope, nothing registered, so, but, thank you. for doing
Absolutely. I'm all done.
that. Okay. So that finished our reports, and then director's comments. Director Torres.
Hi, well, I just want to, the first thing is, I don't know if you all saw, there was a fire at the University Riverside Gardens near UCR. And things are still ongoing, but about 150 people were displaced, 110 of which are students, UCR students, lost everything right before graduation, finals.
And finals.
Yeah.
Finals, yeah. And so there's different ways to help. UCR students actually today are collecting physical donations, clothes, things like that. I'm not sure about food. I'm not sure about food, but physical stuff, yeah, clothes. And then the Center for Community Action and Environmental Justice is collecting monetary donations so to help the families and students out there if you're looking to help. Just wanted to say thank you and great job on the ribbon cutting at March. That was so much fun and beautiful. Just always very proud to be at these types of things. And I am looking forward to the General Assembly. And I was going to mention, yeah, it's been 5 years since we last on. So, very
Wow.
crazy.
Yeah, 'cause that
It's
was in
crazy.
June.
Yeah.
Yeah. Boss, yeah.
I'm good.
Director Gardner, did I call on you already?
You did not. You
But I
started
will
at that end.
now.
Okay. Couple of things. Director Torres is seeking another position, as we all know. And I was just looking at the updated results.
Don't tell her,
say
she's
it
like,
if it's bad
she looked over, yeah,
No,
I
it's,
don't wanna know.
oh, it depends on how you look at it.
Not in real
Um,
time.
Are they still on number 9 update?
Yes.
Yeah.
And-
You
yeah, you're
need,
still-
you need a simple majority to win. There are 3 candidates. Director Torres, in the latest count, is at 37.45%, which is in first place. So she's absolutely going to a runoff, which is significant to our board in that we don't need to look at an appointment, because if you were elected outright now, you would be gone, and we would have a hole on the board. We won't have the hole on the board until December now.
You're stuck with me.
So, but, just that quick update. Also, election things, our kind of heroine, Senator Caballero, was running for state treasurer. She's currently in 3rd place. The second place person is at 27% of the vote. She's at 15. So it's unlikely that she will make it to the November election. And that was it.
We still have a sheriff?
Yeah, we still have a sheriff.
Yes.
That's it?
That's it.
Okay.
But congratulations, Gracie.
Yes.
Not as good as an outright win, but not half bad.
You're still on the island. I always like to say that, like, it's like Survivor, as long as you stay on that island, you could still do it.
Yeah, I'm just getting ready for the last gig for General Assembly and trying to prep for that. So it's 16 days to go, I think, 15 days to go. And I'm just looking forward to it. So I know our keynote speaker has got a very interesting following. There are a lot of, shall we say, men of a particular age that are really just fangirling after this guy. So I have to tell you that I'm just amused. So for whatever reason, and there's a lot of people that are very into video games that are all about this, and it's very entertaining to me. So I don't know that we've really particularly had this kind of a buzz before. So I'm curious to see how the night is going to turn out. So hang on, everybody. It's going to be an interesting ride.
And don't forget to wear your Vans.
That's right, and don't forget to wear your Vans.
No Vans.
I had to go buy some.
I have shoes, but I've been looking for skater socks. I haven't found those yet, so.
Amazon's got everything.
This is true. You know what, I looked though, and theirs were really boring. I was gonna go to the Vans store and see what they had, but, okay, I just have a couple of comments I needed to, and I promise, I'll be brief, even though this looks like a lot from the Aqua Conference. It's been a long meeting, and I know you all already, or Brenda, I'm sure you already reported out.
Yes.
So, just a couple of highlights. I'm not even gonna touch on everything I highlighted, but, for JPIA, I'm the representative for that. So at that board meeting, I thought the highlight was Andy Morris being reelected to the CWIF, which is California Water Insurance Fund, which is an investment fund that JPIA invests in. He's been on that board since its inception, which was not that long ago, but
No, it wasn't
a
very
few
long
years
ago,
ago. So I was glad, and he has an insurance background, and he serves at Elsinore Valley, in case you don't know that. There were quite a few different workshops and presentations about cybersecurity. One in particular, well, okay, so two I'm going to touch on. One was they did it with AI, and so by the time I understood that it was AI, I couldn't really hear what they were talking about because I was trying to figure out what was real and what wasn't real. It was just so bizarre. It was fun. They did a good job on it. But the other one was directed actually to board members, and it was five questions for board members regarding an AI. So it was AI and cybersecurity. So regarding AI, so I have on my to-do list to mail those, email those in to Craig to ask those questions. And then at Aqua, I'm sure you told them the big news was Carla Nemeth. So I don't need to cover that. And that the governor spoke, and I'm trying to think, let's see. It was, I just want to mention Region 9. Oh, and Jerry Brown, I attended his session from, not governor, the Sites Reservoir.
Thank you.
Sites-
I'm like,
Sites Reservoir, Jerry Brown.
Jerry Brown came
Yes.
and Gavin Newsom
No.
came, and I missed this one.
No. I attended his workshop or presentation, which was very interesting. And he stays so positive for how long that has taken. And all of his workshops are always like, we're almost there. We're almost there. But we're closer than we've ever been, so that's all good. I really appreciated, so Carol Lee Brady is the new vice president, right, of Aqua? And she's from Rancho Water. Rancho Water? Yes. And so we have great representation at Aqua at this point. I feel like we have even a more visible representation than we've had. And she came in and gave a summary in our Region 9 meeting, which was, I just thought it was a good summary. She speaks beautifully, and she's so gracious, and, I think people listen to her. And she's very passionate. So the conference itself, I thought, was really good. There's more, but if you want to ask me about it afterwards, I could probably tell you if I have my notes in front of me.
She's got a whole notebook full of notes.
But, what was I going to say about it? Oh, so 3 of you that weren't able to go have these little cowboy hats on your tables, and that was kind of a last-minute grab item off of the Aqua table inside the exhibition hall. And they had little gold nuggets, and I had to call Brenda this morning because I couldn't remember what the significance of the hats and the gold nuggets were, but it was something like Gold Rush or Gold Standard or Gold something. So if I find out, I will let you know. I might.
I don't know what it was.
49ers? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. And I will say, this is the first year, with encouragement from Director Denstedt, that we participated in the scavenger hunt in the exhibition hall. And someone's really competitive, and so we had to find everything. But it exposed us to a lot of vendors that we wouldn't probably have even stopped to talk to. So, and I don't say that in a snooty way, it's not so much for board members as for staff members, and a lot of information. Tim will attest. I told him about one, and he got to go over there and talk to them for like 30 minutes, which was much appreciated. An hour?
Yeah, it's about an
Oh,
hour.
my God.
He got
Okay, they
stuck.
kept us for 30 minutes.
He got stuck.
So that was kind of fun. I actually have to say, that was a different facet of the conference that I had not seen before. So.
No, it definitely made you look for things that you wouldn't typically look for, when you get into conference mode.
Well, and we even met a few people that,
Yes.
like, we needed a helper, and,
Yeah.
so. And after all that, were you the first name they drew out
Yeah.
for the contest? Yeah, after all that, because she was gonna win. She was the first name they drew out for a prize. It was pretty funny. I also just wanted to say thank you to the board. I know that I was gone for close to 2 weeks, and there were significant events and a board meeting that went on, and I just really appreciate all of you being able to attend those that you could. And Fazia, thank you for speaking at those. And I was able to really get away and not think too much about here, which, normally I can't do that. I normally can't stop those thoughts. So I really appreciate it, and I did have a wonderful trip to Hawaii, and I highly recommend Norwegian Cruise, Pride of America. If you've, as I'd never been, and we got to see a ton of stuff, so it was really awesome. So I will end there, and I know we're gonna be, oh, do we have any requests for future agenda items? No, okay, then, we're gonna be going into closed
Yeah,
session.
Director Roten, I found out that Brad's not actually able to be here now. So what I was gonna propose is that Holland join us for item 9A,
Okay,
and then we put off 9B until Brad can be here.
Okay.
And we'll figure that out, whether it's next meeting or 2 meetings out.
okay,
So we'll just do 9A,
So we're just doing the one.
just do the one.
okay, and you're in agreement with that? Okay. Thank you. Then do you want to move us into closed session?
Yes, ma'am. At this time, the Board of Directors for the West Municipal Water District will go into closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6 for a public employee evaluation for the general manager. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Anytime you're ready, Director.
We're coming back into open session. Holland, would you like to report or not? Oh, I'm sorry, roll call first.
Thank you.
You just said that to me.
Director Gardner,
I am here.
Director Torres, Director Denstedt,
Present?
Director Risby,
I am here.
President Roten.
Here.
President Roten, you do have a quorum. Director Torres is absent from the meeting.
Okay, now we may have the,
Thank you, President Roden.
Closed
The Board of Directors for the Western Municipal Water District met in closed session for a public employee performance evaluation for the general manager, and there was no reportable action taken. Thank you.
okay, with that, we will adjourn the meeting at 1:41. Really? Okay, 1:41.